It was just a matter of time before I was found out. The apple may not have fallen far from the tree, but I was certainly no lawyer. A name, I had to give her a name, or the jig was up, something she could hang her hat on. It's Vice, Vice, baby. It's Vice, Vice, baby. It was just a matter of time before I was found out. The apple may not have fallen far from the tree, but I was certainly no lawyer. A name, I had to give her a name, or the jig was up, something she could hang her hat on. It's Vice, Vice, baby.
Microphone. There you go. Hello. Oh, hello. Good morning, good evening, good night, wherever you are. Hope you're having a good one. And first in line is good old John H. 2004. With a reminder for everyone, help support the channel by liking, subscribing, and sharing. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you. Appreciate it. Good morning. Hope you're doing good. Angela, how are you doing? Good morning. Denise, welcome back. Camera, hello. Been there, done that. Hey, yo. And Sweet Fly, good morning. And Danielle, hello. I hope everyone's doing good. And Danielle, you better sleep soon, because you haven't slept for what? This is day 3. Ugh. Let's see. Okay, so to start off today, let me tell you what I'm drinking. I am drinking the Combo Breaker from the Dragon's Tea. Day two, still. So this combo breaker, the combo breaker, has rhubarb tea, cocoa nibs, cinnamon, cardamom pods, cardamom, caramel flavor, toasted almond flavor, and white cauliflowers. Nope, that's not what it says. It doesn't have uh it has white cornflowers, not cauliflowers. But yeah, it's still pretty fresh, so it's nice and piping hot. I'll let that cool down a little bit so I can actually drink it. With that out of the way, I came home to a horrific sight, which was the endurance that is right next to me. Hello, Swan Lake Lady. I'm awake. I slept nice. But yeah, when I got home, I saw the endurance on its side. I almost shit myself. Thankfully, nothing broke. Nothing broke. So, I am happy. Yep. Cat. You are 1,000,000% correct, Angela. The cat tried to launch it off the table. That's what happened. So the cat remains on probation. The cat needs to go to forever prison. But unfortunately, the roommate for some reason still wants to keep the cat. So unfortunately, he's not going anywhere. Yeah. So let me sneeze real quick. Excuse me. Whew. Alrighty. I can feel another one coming. Okay, I'm back. Whew. At least it wasn't a catastrophe. Yeah, I know. Make it a Lego prison. Help me. Help me. I just stopped sneezing. Oh. Yeah, allergy to cat is correct. Oh my gosh, I can feel one more coming. Oh, stop. Let me start my show. Oh. Thank everyone that's saying bless you. Utah allergies. Yeah. Oh. You know what? After this show, I'm gonna go buy some local honey, and hopefully mm, I can fix this issue. But yeah, my knee feels like it's all jacked up, and I think the cure is to watch some Maritime Monday and build Legos. And as everyone who tuned in yesterday might know, that I finished the endurance. No, I forgot to take pictures, so that's why it's not up on my Instagram. Twitter, I will do that as well after I finish the show. So today I will be building the retro record player. This is my last Lego that I have. Ooh. After that, I'll find something to do while watching Maritime Monday with you guys. So, without further ado, let me move some things. Move this up here. Bloop, bloop. This Maritime Monday is a maritime disaster, the Edmund Fitzgerald sinking. I fell asleep before it ended. Well, Angela Quinn, if you have Twitter, make sure you follow me. All my information, my Twitter and my email is listed on the description of my channel. I will be posting the pictures of endurance after my show. Yeah. So, Edmund Fitzgerald. Let's see. What did I do here? Boop, closed caption on. I didn't forget this time. La 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 la. Screens. There you go. Skip ahead a little bit. Bloop, bloop, bloop. Good enough. Okay. And as always, I will mute myself, welcome people in, and say goodbye to people as they come and go. I will insert my comments here and there whenever I feel necessary. Hello, Lady on the Sky. Welcome. And sit back, relax, grab a drink. If not, find a drink and some snack. Drinking my tea in the nope, wrong one. In my little Legal Vices mug. So there you go. A little tie-in to the show. But sit back, relax, grab a drink, grab some snacks, or do whatever you have to do. Make sure you like and subscribe if you haven't already. If you're already subscribed, make sure to check down below, see if you are still subscribed. See if YouTube didn't kick you out. Hit that bell notification so you get all the notifications whenever I post a video or go live. And without further ado, let the games begin. Actually, gonna put that on hold because guess what? I forgot my earbud. What a rookie. Okay. Oh, earbud is connected. Desktop audio is on. Show is rewinded. Now, let the games begin.
Hey, everybody. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, good night, whatever. Oh my God, my mic is way potted up here. Yeah, so it's been one of those days here. uh, all of the show prep that I did, I had on my office computer, and I saved it on my office computer to my OneDrive, and for some reason, it wasn't syncing together with my home version of me Office Drive. So I had to go in and go through Chrome Remote Desktop to access my work computer, and then I had to.
Angela Quinn, 2:43 a.m. No snacks. Uber Eats. Ooh, Uber Eats is always a good idea. And Denise, I was thinking that if you were to do legal cases, you could call them legal crafting while watching legal cases. That is an idea. Hello, Uncle Buck. But for now, I don't know if my mind will change in the future, but as of right now, I do not have interest in covering legal cases. I might mention them here and there, but I am going to keep my word from when I started this channel of having it be a decompression uh, area where people can come and relax, taking a break from legal cases. In the future, I might change my mind, who knows, but for now, that is the plan. But Denise, I'll keep that in mind. Thank you for the suggestion.
Save it there, and then I had to email it to myself, and then I'm here. So that's where I've been, and that's what I've been doing. So apologies for that that little bit of lateness we have here. All righty. But I'm here. The rest of the stuff I need to do, I can kind of do it on the fly here. And sorry, Brendan, you ain't getting feet pics, you sick mother. Hey, everybody, how are you all? Again, this is our Monday show, our Monday maritime incident related show, and we're kicking off the day with exactly 22,300 subscriptions. Thank you all. That really means a lot to me. Now here we are today again. For those of you that are just joining out of the blue, this is your first time here, particularly if this is your first Monday. Monday we kind of go off the beaten line.
Yarn Witch Live. Welcome, welcome, or live. Which one is it? Anyway, good morning and welcome. Come watch some Maritime Monday as I build some Legos. Enjoy your morning peacefully.
Law tube path, whatever the hell that may mean. And we go into the stuff that I know about, stuff that I talk about, and stuff that I do. I do primarily maritime law incidents here in Korea and around the world involving Koreans and or foreigners. And so Monday we kind of look at things like ship collisions, ship launchings, accidents. Last week we did the Skyway Bridge collapse, dealing with Florida, where a ship hit the bridge in Florida, and the entire span of the bridge collapsed and killed a bunch of people who just either fell with the bridge or drove over the edge of the bridge because they didn't know it was out. Today is a little bit different. Today I don't know. We have an interesting thing. I'm sure. Brandon Lee starting us off. Can we rebrand the show Water Sports with Legal Vices? Probably gonna have to say no on that. Gonna have to say no on that. But thank you for the suggestion and the accompanying $5. Now, I'm sure most of us have heard the Gordon Lightfoot song, "The Wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald." And I'm sure those that have heard it, a great portion of you know the lyrics to the song. But the question is, do you really know the lyrics to the song? I don't know how to handle this exactly, because I mentioned it last week, I believe. There's basically two songs on earth that sort of touch my core. I mean, just touch the central essence of my being. And they do things to my emotions. I'm pretty much guaranteed to cry every damn time I hear the Gordon Lightfoot song. I don't know why. I was raised in a desert. But from the time I was a little kid, and I learned the lyrics to the song. It's just always been it's just been a super super powerful song to me. I don't know if it's the maritime vibes from the song, kind of the seagully sort of sound of the slide guitar, or the lyrics themselves, or or if it's a combination of everything. But damn, that song gets to me. And the other song is the Cranberries "Zombie." I mean, that kicks my ass every time. That's the Irish in me, I think. Sir Marhouse.
Wait, so Zombie is about the Fitzgerald? I didn't know that. I haven't heard the Gordon Lightfoot song. Zombie, I just think it's a cool song. It's not to a point of tears, but because I have a dark and cold heart and I don't have any emotions whatsoever. But yeah, Lady Album Sky. I didn't know Zombies was about the Fitzgerald. And I mean, I like it. I'll have to for sure listen to Gordon Lightfoot. Yeah.
Thank you so much for your donation. If you do the wreck of the Concordia in Italy, will you please do it? Yes, I will do it with the Internet Historians video. That's a given. We will do it. We'll be doing it soon. Well, next month sometime, because at the end of this week I'm going on vacation for 2 weeks, and most of what will be on my channel during the 2 weeks I'm gone will be pre-recorded material. But I'll try to do 1 or 2 live streams when I get a chance. But it'll be from my phone. It'll be totally breaded probably. So yeah. Now I don't know how many of you are from that maritime area around Lake Superior and the other Great Lakes, or if we even have people specifically from Detroit and around that area where the incident took place. Wait, what am I doing here? What is the billing interval by the
I would I if I could, I would have played the music video for I Think We're Alone Now to find Dad. But I think it will go beyond copyright strike. It'll just be a total demonetization and channel shut down. So I'll do that aside, like on my own time after the show or whenever, and I'll find them.
quarter of the minute? My billing time is what do I bill? Every 10 minutes. So yeah, I guess 1/6 of an hour. So yeah, it's those are the 2 songs, and the story behind the song is a very very touching song. So I was gonna do things. They would do a couple of the silly ship collisions and stupid people doing things on fast boats, things that we usually do. But I thought we'd just kind of keep this kind of straight on the level today, at least from my end. Who knows what you guys in
Zombie is about bombing. Apparently, it's about the singing of Fitzgerald, which I didn't know. I live in Ohio and have heard the Edmund Fitzgerald since I was little. Nice. I've heard mention of the name here and there, but I don't know about the story and the actual event.
chat are going to do? You're insane. Um, but yeah, and
Hello, Celestial Force. Welcome. A lot is new to me. This whole thing is new to me, so we'll learn together as we go.
I want to do kind of things in a reverse order, where I mean, normally normally we would look at an accident, get the background of the accident, go through the recent updates and news things, and then get into the legal side of things. But I want to kind of flip things up with this and start with a recent news story, and then do a little bit of the legal side of things, and then go into the details of the accident. It sort of feels better that way, because I'm pretty much sure that when this ends, I'm not really going to be wanting to talk too much after. It's a powerful story with a powerful message, and
I just dropped a Lego piece. I don't know where it went, and I hope it was an extra piece that I don't need. I'm hoping. Gordon Lightfoot is about this. Like I said, Gordon Lightfoot had all money made by his song go to the survivors. That's nice.
it gave
Returning to Lake Superior, it is so beautiful up there in Duluth, or however you say that. God, if you ever make it, then I highly suggest visiting. I will, if I ever do.
gave birth to a powerful song. But that's kind of where we are today. So for those of you that don't know what the hell the Edmund Fitzgerald is, it was a ship, and it was a ship that sank in one of the Great Lakes. And it sank in 1975. And so it's been what, since 1975. All you mathematicians, what are you looking at? 40. Yeah, 45. Shit. How the hell long has it been since 1975? I'm shitty at math. 85, 95, 05, 15. Okay. It's been 47 years. Yeah, thanks, guys. Natalie, you're wrong. It is 47. That's why I have secretaries. They do the math for me. Yeah, it's been 47 years since the accident, and it happened in November. So we're going to do a story. I should have known this. The damn story that they ran last year is titled 46 Years After the Sinking. I could have just read the title of the video and added one, but hey, I'm not that smart sometimes. And I'm fully expecting this video to be demonetized AF.
Squeaky chair, welcome. Oh my gosh, I just got out of court and seeing Jeff made me so happy. Well, I'm glad it made you happy. Now, since you're out of court, you can relax and watch some Maritime Monday with us. It's like a few months before I was born, crazy. Oh, wow.
Because literally everything on here is important and stolen from some other site. Used in a fair use capacity. Stolen is a harsh word. Everything here is used for education and comment. But I'm kind of guessing some people like the Discovery Channel might have problems, but hopefully they'll be cool about it. We'll just have to wait and see. So, all right, please, while we get this started here.
Oh, thanks, Celestial Force. I'm glad I made the little list.
I would be deeply indebted to you if you would do me a solid favor and hit that like button when you get a chance. Hit the subscribe button if and when you feel that I deserve it in my lowly station in life. All right, let's get into this. Again, this is kind of a heavy situation here. This first story, as I said, it's a news story about the 46th anniversary of the sinking of the Edmund Fitzgerald. And we talk about things like the Titanic or these things that happened ages ago that we've never seen. This is a legitimate ship that was sailing the lakes, the Great Lakes, up to 47 years ago. We have video. We have video of the people on the ship. We have videos of the people that lost their lives. They have interviews with family members. It's pretty rough for me anyway. Again, I think it's a pretty heavy thing, and I don't know why it hits me like right in the feels, but it always has since I was a little kid. Well, let's hear the local news story, and then we'll talk about a couple of other aspects of the case.
46 years ago today, the SS Edmund Fitzgerald sank in Lake Superior. All 29 crew members aboard died. It was the
Is the bell ringing every year for the survivors, or for the memorial? Nice. That's cool.
largest ship to ever sink in the Great Lakes. Resting place is now 530 feet below the lake's surface, allowing only experienced divers with expensive submersible vehicles to visit her. 13 on your side's Brent Ashcroft spoke with someone who not only has dove the Fitzgerald wreck site, but saw something at the bottom that still haunts him to this day, Brent.
That's right, Nick. If there was a Mount Rushmore of Michigan maritime historians, Rick Mixter would be on it. He's a Michigan-based documentarian and researcher, diving over 100 Great Lakes shipwrecks, producing programs for PBS, History, and Discovery channels. Rick is one of the few who has been to the bottom and explored the Fitz up close.
The gales of November, they're no joke.
You get a beautiful day like today, and then it snaps into a cold front that, sends it sub-zero.
Documentarian Rick Mixter knows this to be fact.
After 200 feet, no more sunlight can penetrate through Lake Superior.
Because he's one of the few.
It ripped our heart.
So think about that. After 200 feet below the surface, it is pitch black, no light penetrates. And this was more than twice that depth, over 500 feet deep.
It's out.
To have seen it up close and personal.
You've seen pictures of the Fitzgerald, but had no idea how intact it would be. The bow section looks like it could still sail, and as you went through and saw the damage, it was very sobering, beat up and buried into the mud where that ship came down with such force into what looks like an underwater hill or a half mountain, if you will.
Mixter traveled 530 feet to the bottom to investigate.
We took a two-person submersible called the Delta.
The Great Lakes' most famous graveyard.
I saw everything from the letters of the Fitzgerald to the pilot house, a blanket hanging out of the window, phones. It hit the bottom with such force that it ripped the spar deck, the deck that has the hatches, away from the hull. So there's a massive gap that's right inside the top going towards the port side of the ship. That's from the massive momentum of 26,000 tons of taconite pushing forward when it hit the bottom. And around the bow section, you can see the prow of the ship, and it's thick steel, bent over 90 degrees from that collision with the bottom.
He also saw something.
Discovered the first missing crewman.
I mean, can you imagine that? Just going through the wreckage and actually seeing the body of one of the crewmen that had been preserved down there in that freezing cold, dark, salty water. That's freshwater lake. What am I talking about? It's freshwater lake down there in that just dark, cold water. It's been preserved for 46 years.
Expected.
They went so close that they recorded the entire face, the body, and these mysterious blocks that were on the body that looked like bricks. But later on, we figured out that was a cork life vest.
His hour and a half with the Fitz is burned into his brain.
We couldn't believe it.
Forever.
I really wish I could go back someday.
No divers have returned to the Fitzgerald since Rick's visit in 2004. He hopes on the 50th anniversary, which is in 2025, he could travel back down to the wreck site and explore it again. We have more information in the web version of this story at 13.
So that's the latest news. They sent the divers down there, and they were the first people in 46 years, now 47 years, to actually see one of the crewmen still preserved.
welcome, Bridget. No thanks. Yeah. I wonder if he did go back because it's 2025 now. I guess it'll. I guess we'll see. It is a grave. Not anybody and everybody are permitted to dive into it. Yeah, I'm sure there are like strict regulations and process to go through.
Observed down there 530 feet below the water surface. And as I said, there's 29 men that died. These are 29 people with families. You know, we talk about these accidents, and you'd say, oh, you know, I handle death on a daily basis, injuries on a daily basis, and you can kind of become immune to it. You know, it just kind of becomes blasé at some point where you reduce people to numbers and damages and things like that. But there is legitimate tragedy that we as viewers don't have to deal with. So that's the desensitize is a good word, Lauren. That's the latest on the wreck. But how did all of this go down? Like, again, there was 29 people on board. It had like I think 26,000 tons of iron ore. And so what happens? We've talked about this a lot. You have the ore owners; they want their money from it. They have the hull owners. You know, they want their insurance money. The insurance companies wants to find out, is this a legitimate accident? Was it intentional? Do we cover this? Do we not cover that? Then you have 29 families that want compensation for their dead loved ones. And so how did this all work out in the legal side of things? Let's get the legal stuff out of the way right now. There's an interesting story that there's a law firm in New York that I believe was representing the owners of the vessel. They closed down their offices a while ago. In like 2006, around there, I think. And they were just throwing out all of their ancient old maritime cases and things. And on the top of the pile was this file that said the Edmund Fitzgerald on it. And so they got a chance to look through it. We can bring up this story and comment on a few things I wanted to mention about it. Where are we? This is the Edmund Fitzgerald PDF. There we go.
Sent you a link of a live cam. Oh, let's see. Oh, sweet. Appreciate it. I got it. Thank you for that.
Enlarge it. No, let's not enlarge that one. Let's enlarge the right screen. That helps. And get you out of the way. Toolbox. Yeah, so although the casualty occurred in the Great Lakes, there were extensive connections with New York, the admiralty firm that represented the insurer of the cargo, to pursue a subrogation action against the ship owner. Now, what a subrogation action is the cargo owners, they have insurance on their cargo. The cargo ends up at the bottom of the Great Lakes. So the insurance company, they pay their insurance, they make the insurance payment to the cargo owner. And then by paying this is what happens anytime your insurance company pays you anything, whether you know it or not. The cargo insurer pays the cargo owners the insurance amount. And when they make that payment, they become what they call subrogated to the rights of the insured party, to the cargo owners. They they gain all of the rights that the cargo owners would have to bring claims against other people. So in this case, I have no idea what the cargo is valued at. It doesn't say, but let's say that insurance company pays cargo owner $1 million as compensation for the lost cargo. Then the insurance company gets the right to claim $1 million from the person that they gave the $1 million to. And then the insurance company says, okay, we just paid $1 million because of this accident. We need to get our money back. So they would then go and file a lawsuit against the ship owners and say, your negligence caused us to lose, it caused the loss of the cargo, which made us pay out $1 million to these guys. You owe us $1 million. So that's what they mean when they say they're subrogated. Where were we here? Yeah, the insurer of the cargo, the Admiralty firm that represented the insurer of the cargo to pursue a subrogation action against the ship owner was a prominent New York firm that recently shut its own hatches for good as well. Also in New York, the death claims were negotiated and settled out. We'll talk about those in a minute. And settled out of court by the vessel owner's protection and indemnity insurer. By the New York insurance broker, Johnson & Higgins, and recently the Edmund Fitzgerald file resurfaced right here in New York. Now, they say that the death claims were paid by the protection and indemnity insurer. That we talked about them briefly a couple of weeks ago. P&I Club. They're called Protection and Indemnity Clubs. They're not really an insurance company. It's sort of like all of the ship owners in the club pay a certain premium or call. They pay a certain call every year, and you use that group of funds.
Welcome, Smopo Vienna. Thank you for the reminder. Please hit the like button. If you're new here and lurking, please consider the subscribe button down below. And everyone who is already subscribed, please double check you still are. I think the family got hosed. Ugh.
To pay the damages that are covered by the insurance policy. So the P&I they work and they cover things such as loss of life, and to crewmen and things like that. So that's why the P&I insurer goes against it. We'll talk about how this all worked out here in a minute. The ship owner and insurance broker Johnson & Higgins was acquired by another large broker, Marsh & McLennan, now Marsh Inc. This acquisition required Johnson & Higgins to move out of its downtown offices to Midtown Manhattan. While dumpsters were being filled with decades-old marine claim files, Tom Connolly, an alert Johnson & Higgins claim manager, spotted a claim file lying on top of the pile, like an inadvertently discarded tombstone waiting to be dusted off and resurrected. The pages were tarnished yellow, with edges frayed from age. Curious, he took a closer look and noticed the bold lettering of the famous ship coming into focus as he threw a pair of binoculars. The description on the file was gravely stark in its brevity. It said only vessel, Edmund Fitzgerald, client, Ogleby Norton Company. Date and nature of accident, November 10th, 1975, sinking. The fascinating story of the exhumed treasure was retold by the claims manager, and the file was steered in my direction to read in the final chapters of this ill-fated ship. Interestingly, the meticulous file maintained even included the words to the song that Gordon Lightfoot dedicated to the families, the wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald. And here we say the claims adjuster had settled all 29 death claims without knowing that the sinking of the Edmund Fitzgerald would become a legend in both maritime and music industries. So this thing it keeps coming back. Just inadvertently, there was some more details, some more information that came up just randomly in a file. But what happened to the claims? How did the claims get settled? Who settled them? What were they settled for? There's not a great deal known because there was a non-disclosure settlement that was made. And let me bring this up real quick here. The all the information, the basic information that I have that I was able to find on how this goes. And there's something very interesting that seems very, very, very unfair in marine accidents, in shipping accidents. There's something that people that just hear about it go, what the fuck? But there's actually, if you are involved in this and this one thing gets triggered, it makes no sense to you. So under maritime law, ships fall under the jurisdiction of, generally speaking, of the law of the flag country. So if your ship is registered in Korea and you cause an accident, and basically it's your, I don't want to go too nerdy out on this, but when it comes to compensation and things like that, most often, a lot of times, it will be determined by Korean law. And the same if it's an American flagged ship, then American law would determine a lot of the legal issues involved. There's a lot of countries like Panama, Liberia, and places like that are sort of havens for ship registry. People just have paper companies, one ship, one company, and so you may be a Korean company that has financing through a German bank that sets up a Panamanian company to register a ship in Panama. And Panamanian law would determine a lot of the issues. So in this case, the Edmund Fitzgerald was a U.S. flagged ship. And she would sail mostly in between Canada and the U.S. on Lake Superior. And so she was, because of this, for certain things such as compensation for death claims.
So pretty much what he's saying is if something happens in a foreign country, their law doesn't matter, because the law that will be applied to you will be where you are originating from. So if your ship has an American flag, you will only follow the American rule if something happens. If your flag is Australian flag, then you'll follow the Australian law. If you have a Korean flag, then you'll follow the Korean law, all that. So what he's saying is, wherever you have this accident or this claim, whatever, where it happened does not matter whatsoever. It is whatever country flag you're flying. That country law is what you'll follow. I don't know if that made it simpler or even more confusing.
The governing law of those claims would be U.S. Admiralty law. So in addition to it says in here, this little blurb that I'm just reading right now, in addition to the crew, 26,116 tons of taconite, iron ore, sank with the vessel. And two widows of the 29 crewmen filed a $1.5 million lawsuit against the Edmund Fitzgerald's owners and their operators 1 week after she sank. And then later, an additional $2.1 million lawsuit was filed. Now, so here we are. There's basically been two lawsuits for $3.6 million filed. So we got $3.5 million. Now, here's the thing. This is something that is quite shocking when you first hear about it. This is only apparently from three families have claimed the $3.6 million. These are $1975, but the operator of the vessel, the Ogilvy Norton, subsequently filed a petition in the U.S. District Court seeking to limit their liability to $817,920. If you're involved in a ship accident that sinks and does massive damage, you can limit your liability. There's legal there's legal provisions to limit your liability. So basically what they were saying, what the ship owners did was they're saying, okay, all of the loss of the ship, the loss of the cargo on the ship, the loss of 29 people, we want to limit our entire liability to the cargo owners, to all the families of all of the crewmen, to $817,920. How is that? I mean, it sounds absurd, doesn't it? How is that possible? Well, that is an ancient old system of doing business, where by its definition, shipping is an incredibly dangerous industry. Shipping is an incredibly dangerous business. And so there's always the risk of loss. And if there was the loss of one ship, and if the people could just swoop in and file these amazingly huge lawsuits, then that was seen as putting a damper on commerce, on shipping. If everyone knows they can be sued into oblivion for every accident, they would stop shipping and there would be no shipping. That's kind of the rationale between limiting liabilities. And virtually every country that has shipping laws will have these limitations of liability provisions. It's mostly governed by the 1976 Limitation of Ship Owners Liability Convention from The Hague. But some countries that don't sign on to it will put similar legislation in their own countries. But how that is calculated, how they calculate the damage, the limitation of liability, is it's based on the tonnage of the ship. So the first 500 tons, they account for so many. They use the special drawing rights from the IMF, but we'll just say dollars for ease and convenience. For the first 500 tons, it'll be a certain number of dollars. Then for 500 to 30,000 tons, it'll be a certain amount, something like that. So then you calculate all the ship's weight, you calculate the number of dollars for each level of weight, and that is your maximum liability for the accident as the ship owner. Now, I'm virtually sure that the family's got a hell of a lot more than that from the P&I Club, from the.
That is very true, Uncle Buck, and he did it for 27 years in the same firm. Back in 1975, you could buy a house, a vehicle, and a fridge full of food under $100,000. And now you can't even buy some vehicles because they're all over, well, a lot of them are over 100,000 now. But yeah, he knew his stuff because he's been doing it for 27 years.
Protection Indemnity Club, because the insurance company, they're liable to pay for the deaths of the families, and then they get to go back to the ship owner afterwards. So the settlement, the P&I Club made the settlement separate from the ship owner's liability. And what happens is if you get a couple of people that will file for these limitation actions to limit their damage in an accident, then that will stop everything globally for the claims against the ship owners. And that extends to their insurers, usually, and operators and whatnot. And then everybody gets through and goes through here. But it is possible that the insurers can pay more than they're required to pay. It doesn't happen often, but it can happen. So the limitation of liability is a very, very shocking thing when you lose a family member or you lose parts of your body and there's a massive loss of life. I mean, the limitation scheme that was in place in 1975 is much lower than it is now. In 1976 is when this first Hague Convention came into play, and that raised the standards quite a bit. It's been revised in 1996 again, and there's been other revisions. Uh, Korea still stands, their legislation is based around the 1976 convention. If lawyers can't do math, who calculated this? The courts will calculate it. But yeah, so they sought to limit their liability, which I mean seems like a scummy thing to do, but that's what they do. You know, that's standard, and it sucks when someone tells you that you have this claim and you're getting a tiny fraction of that claim because of a legal operation. So the company paid compensation to surviving families about 12 months in advance of official findings of probable cause and on condition of imposed confidentiality agreements. Again, they tried to limit their liability, but here it says that they made compensation to the surviving families. What that's telling, and again, it's confidential, so I don't know, and I couldn't find anything about it, but it tells me that they said, okay, we know this is our legal limit. This is what we could argue in court, but we are still going. They may have paid up above and beyond what their limitation amount would have been. So hopefully that's what it's all handled by confidentiality agreement. So I don't know exactly how much the families received, but it seems like this wording here is saying that they went above and beyond that, and they paid compensation to the families, which would be the damn decent thing to do. So legally, how it works out is the families were compensated. They were all compensated. It was all through a settlement agreement, so that means it didn't go to court, I guess. Which means they were, whatever they got, they were happy with it, and they didn't want to talk about it. No, there's no document on the screen. I was reading random sentences from notes I took today. So that's, I mean, that is always the thing that sucks when you're on the side of the ship owners and you knock over some of these big gantry cranes, or your ship sinks another ship in the ocean. It's always nice to go, oh, I'm sorry you lost a $65 billion ship, but our liability is limited to $5-6 million. That's fun. But when you have a client, like I said, in the death cases where they go, oh, please, our entire ship went down, we lost 15, 20 people, 25 people, whatever it is. And then you make the claims against somebody on a small ship. Because remember, it's measured by tonnage. So if you had 30 people on a tiny little barge or a tiny little ferry boat, the limitation amount is not going to be great. And then you have to explain to the families what's happening, and nobody likes that answer. But wow, now that we've kind of seen how it played out as best that we were able to today, let's look in depth at the accident. This next video we'll watch comes from a Discovery Channel program that was done for the 20th anniversary of the sinking. This will get into the details of the accident. Who the people were, what the reactions were, and how they think it happened. That is one of the big mysteries here, how it happened. And we'll talk about that real quick here. Baby Doll, thank you so much for your donation. Thank you so much for the super chat. It is deeply appreciated. I read that ships will still ring their bells 29 times when.
So Celestial Force, he pretty much did anything maritime related. Like, pretty much if clients reach out to him, then he'll work on it. And since I mentioned this before in a previous video, he was the only foreigner in his firm that he worked at, so he was in charge of international matters as well. By international matters, I don't necessarily mean stuff that happens outside of Korea. I mean international as in anything that happens in Korea and the ship that is damaged or whatever happened is of a foreign origin. Yes, but again, he did handle matters that happened in international as well, outside of Korea. his law firm is a maritime law office. So any ships he did as long as the clans reached out to him.
And sailing over her wreckage. That may be. I don't know, but that would be nice and cool if they did. Zomfood, Stan Rogers' White Squall is another emotional Laker song. If any of you do not know Stan Rogers was
Yeah, no problem, Celestial.
a boss. He's Canadian from Nova Scotia, folk singer. He did a lot of sea shanty, maritime songs. Anybody that knows Stan Rogers is a good human being. So check out some of the videos on YouTube. Stan Rogers is great. He's got a lot of songs. He's got some happy maritime songs and some really gut wrenching songs. So thank you for mentioning Stan Rogers there, Zom13 Food. I got hooked on Stan Rogers way back in the mid '80s, and he was a hero. He died a hero. I believe he was 38 years old, had a wife, kids. He was in a plane accident, and he died running back and forth, helping people out of the plane, running back in, helping more people out, running back in, and died of asphyxiation, if I believe. Barrett's Privateers is one of my favorite songs. That is seriously like one of my favorite songs just to sing. So anyway, Stan Rogers will give you some good sea shanties. Again, White Squall, great song. Soy Mafia, thank you so much. Sasha Gray would like to discuss repaint the apartment. Yeah, thanks. Ember Fox, great show today. Can you please cover the Titanic conspiracy theory? Was it an insurance payout? Or was the ship really the Olympic? Was the ship really the Olympic? I haven't heard that one. Well, I will look into Titanic conspiracies. Thank you so much for that. I did not know there was a Titanic conspiracy, but I do now. So thank you for that. All right, now we're gonna bring up the documentary for the 20th anniversary done by the Discovery Channel. We'll give that a look, and that gives some really in-depth details. But again, the problem is the great mystery of the Edmund Fitzgerald is that nobody knows how it happened. Nobody knows what caused the ship to sink. There's many theories as to how the ship died. So if anybody tells you they know how the Edmund Fitzgerald went down, they don't. Call them on their bullshit. There's the theory that a big wave swamped them, capsized them, and they sank. There's another theory that said it was caught between two waves, between the crest of two waves, and cracked and sank. There's a theory that says they hit a shoal. There's a theory that said the hatch covers came undone. There's theories that there were other cracks in the hull. So there's a lot of different possibilities, but the answer has never been found. No one on this earth that's alive knows how the Edmund Fitzgerald went down. And that's got to be a bigger gut-wrenching thing for the families as well. They don't get the bodies. They don't know what happened. They just know they said goodbye to their families one day, and that was the last time. Unbeknownst to them, that was the last time they would ever talk to their family members. Sig Sauer asks, wouldn't the wreckage tell us something? Again, it's 535 feet down. They've sent rovers down there to look at it, but it's been there for 46 years. And you know how it landed, but you don't know how it got there. But they tried. Well, let's let the documentary talk about that. They'll talk about what they've done and how things look and what the Coast Guard decided may have been the cause. We'll just have to look at everything here. All right. Well, that's not the one we wanted, is it? Where is the screen? We wanted this one. Yes. No, not that one. Haha. Documentary, 1995. Share. Large. Big. It's the wreck is not in one piece, and she did break up. But let's watch the video, and they'll tell you why nobody knows. Get this last thing here out of the way before we get going. Sir Mouse, thank you again so much for the donation. If you like Stan Rogers, check out the Dreadnoughts. Their latest album is a tribute to Stan. Oh, punk folk band. That sounds cool. I will definitely check out the Dreadnoughts. Thanks. Let me write that down because I tend to forget these things. Dreadnoughts. Okay. And if you want to listen to another punk folk band that has nothing to do with Maritime, listen to the Bridge City Sinners. Great stuff. Bridge City Sinners, great punk folk band. Here's Theory of the Titanic being
The Bridge City Sinners is a great band. That was the one and only concert I've been to with that, and they are freaking great live.
sunk on purpose, says Eve Barlow's Rotten Crotch, to get rid of certain powerful people is a real eye-opener. In the words of Eddie Bravo, look into it. Okay. Well, that sounds like an interesting theory, but let's stick to this one here. Let's turn the sound on.
They are the most vast and vital bodies of fresh water on Earth. The North American Great Lakes, Ontario, Erie, Michigan, Huron, Superior. Their shorelines a mystical meeting place of rocks and trees and water.
Danielle, I freaking love the Pogues. The Pogues are freaking great. That was the moment he got me addicted to the Bridge City Sinners. Ah, they're awesome. They are freaking awesome. Um, I don't know why, but they came out with the song not too long ago called Midnight Vices. That one I listen to a lot because I don't know. It's probably the word vices. The song reminds me of dad. So Bridge City Sinners, Midnight Vices. Give it a listen.
But beyond the peaceful lakeside lies an alien world of chilling depths and sudden
Sorry, it's Midnight to Vice, not Midnight Vices. Midnight to Vice.
violent storms. A world where even the mightiest of vessels can be devoured by the fury of the waves.
I mean, this is a lake, but it's essentially the size of an ocean. Yeah, it's one of the largest inland bodies of water in the world. So you get the same type of waves that you would get out on an ocean.
Departed is a good one. Just the whole, like every song that uh Bridge City Sinners came out with was freaking awesome.
Tasty STD. Yeah. Said 26 tons of steel ore. No, 26,000 tons. 26,000 tons. 52 million pounds. Yeah. It had 26,600 and something tons of iron ore on it. So we'll give it a nice round 52 million pounds of cargo on it. Think about that when you're in these waves. Not only, and the ship itself was massive. They'll talk about that here, but you have 52 million pounds of cargo on there.
6,000 ships.
I do agree with that. Swan Lake Lady. So far, I freaking love the names I've heard. Yeah, it's 62, nope, 26,000 tons, 52 million pounds. That is freaking crazy. I can't even imagine how heavy that is. That's just a stupid number.
Ships have been lost in the Great Lakes in the 4 centuries since Europeans first came to trade along their shores.
6,000 ships have sank in those lakes in 400 years.
This is the haunting tale of the largest victim of them all. A ship built of steel to carry steel, yet not strong enough to endure the fierce November gales of Lake Superior. A waterway that became a graveyard for 29 men. Waters that never surrender their dead.
The legend lives on from the Chippewa.
Let's skip through some of this here.
Small fleet gathers.
It's long.
In June 1995,
we'll get to it later.
A small fleet gathers 20 miles offshore from Whitefish Point on Michigan's Upper Peninsula. It is a mission of investigation, resurrection, and completion. The raising of the bell from one of the most mysterious and devastating wrecks in the history of the Great Lakes, the Edmund Fitzgerald. The Canadian naval ship Cormorant carries 2 mini-submarines, and the Anglian Lady brings an array of sophisticated electronic gear to control the Newt suit, a high-tech innovation that allows a diver to work for hours, hundreds of feet below the surface. The expedition is led by Emery Christoph, eminent underwater photographer, Dr. Joseph McInnes, and Tom.
Yeah, so the cargo was 26,000 tons or 52 million pounds. That's the cargo.
Tom Farnquist of the Great Lakes Shipwreck Historical Museum.
Well, the Fitzgerald really has a certain kind of mystique, I suppose, and the fact that there was no witnesses and no survivors at all to tell why the ship went down. It was the most thoroughly investigated shipwreck in the history of any disasters on the Great Lakes. The Coast Guard had a very, very extensive investigation. They couldn't even draw any real concrete conclusions. There's been 3 or 4 theories put forward, but nobody seems to agree. Well, we were asked by the family members who lost their loved ones aboard the Fitzgerald if we wouldn't help them out a bit. One thing is they wanted to establish a memorial at Whitefish Point to remember the family members. And one thing led to another, and the bell was suggested as a likely piece of hardware that would really have some connection to the Fitzgerald itself.
The divers will try to remove the old bell and make it the centerpiece of a memorial to the men who died. Then they will replace it on the wreck with a new bell, engraved with the names of the lost crew of the ship they called Big Fitz.
Now that, I think, is something extraordinarily cool. That's something extraordinarily cool, I think. What most places would do was they would make a bell, and then they would put the names of all the people that died in the museum. But here they're bringing the bell from the ship up. Then they're putting the bell with everybody's name on it back on the ship as, I guess, essentially a grave marker. That I think is a very, very cool idea. All those names on that they carve on the bell, no one's ever going to see those.
This one. I wonder if that sub was put together with carbon fiber and truck bed liner. Who knows? Maybe.
They're down there just for the crew members. And the original bell itself is up in the museum.
Joseph McGinnis, an internationally recognized expert in diving medicine and deep water diving.
For 20 years, the families have never had a formal kind of closure of this tragic accident where they lost their sons and their husbands. And today gives them that. There are many of them out here today. They've spoken and they've said this really allows us to put this whole thing at rest, as one of them said to me.
My brother, who died on the Fitzgerald, was the oldest. He was about a year and a half older than I. And when my father died when we were very young, he took over the family. He was 13 years old, but he was the man of the family. He told me the night before I left to go to Vietnam that if anything happened to me over there, he would come and get me. And I've tried now for all these years to bring him home, to come and get him. And this is as close as I can get. I can't do it anymore. And I know I won't be able to bring him home. But I've tried, and this is the best I can do.
God, that is just gut-wrenching. His brother had to be the man of the family at 13. And he spends his life on the ships. And he tells his little brother, if something goes wrong in Vietnam, I'll come over there and get you. But now he can't even get his brother from the water. It's like right under his feet. His brother is somewhere there under his feet, and he can't do a thing about it. That would be rough.
The story begins on an autumn morning of almost surreal warmth and calm.
See, and this is the thing that fascinates me, is this is a new story, relatively speaking, in the world of ships and sailing. The things they're talking about, the losses, the lives. This is the ship right here. This is the Edmund Fitzgerald.
As the freighter Edmund Fitzgerald sails toward the port of Superior, Wisconsin, to take on a load of iron ore for the auto factories of the East. It is November 9th, 1975, the beginning of Fitzgerald's 40th voyage in her 17th year of service.
The mystery of the Edmund Fitzgerald on Discovery Sunday.
She had been built in the late 1950s, a time of optimism on the Great Lakes. The new St. Lawrence Seaway is ushering in an era of booming commerce, and the Edmund Fitzgerald, named for the chairman of the insurance company that owns her, will be the pride of the Seaway fleet. But as she is christened by Mrs. Edmund Fitzgerald, and 10,000 spectators look on, the ship slides into the harbor at a perilous angle. The huge vessel, 729 feet long and 75 feet wide, sends a huge wave.
Did you hear how big that is? Think how big that is.
9 feet long, perilous angle. The huge vessel, 729 feet long.
729 feet long. That's, For those of us Americans, that's 2.5 football fields, end to end. How long does it take you to do the 100-yard dash? Go do that 2.5 times. That'll get you from one end of the ship to the other. For you in the rest of the world in the metric system, that's 220 meters long. That was a huge ship. That, again, at the time, that was the largest ship on the lakes. That's a big boy there. And this story is just insane, this part of the story.
And 75 feet wide, sends a huge wave crashing over the pier. Then she smashes into the dock with terrifying force. One man is so shaken by the sight, he suffers a heart attack and dies. And others swear that...
Well, how much does that suck? The launching of the ship gave someone a heart attack and they died.
Then she smashes into the dock with terrifying force. One man is so shaken by the sight, he suffers a heart attack and dies. And others swear that the Edmund Fitzgerald is trying to climb right out of the water. But for 17 years, the Fitzgerald is one of the champions of the waters. She sets records for the heaviest load ever carried on the Great Lakes, and for the fastest run by a ship her size. Below decks, she has staterooms for the use of important corporate clients. And although by 1975 she is not the longest of the lake freighters, she remains a proud flagship under the command of one of the most experienced captains on the Seaway, Ernest McSorley. On this calm November morning, Indian summer embraces the giant ship as she pulls into port at the western end of the lake the native Indians call Gitchigumi, the Big Sea Water.
That is true, Celestial. It was a bad omen. I'm sure you're talking about when people are describing the boat was trying to climb out of the water. It should more look like the boat was trying to swim and sail the ocean, not try to climb out of it. It kind of brings to the motion of maybe there are spirits and everything has a spirit in its own way. And like as if the boat knew itself that, oh hey, I'm not ready yet. How's it going, Lefty? Need to be listening to some Gordon Lightfoot while watching this one. I'll be listening to Gordon Lightfoot after this one. Off stream, of course.
Riding high and empty, she berths at Burlington Northern Dock Number 1, ready to take on 50,000 gallons of fuel and more than 50 million pounds of iron ore pellets. First mate Jack McCarthy supervises the loading of the cargo. He monitors 3 lights that warn if the ship is riding unevenly in the water. Green.
See, this is so old tech. This is 1975. This is such old technology. The lights tell you which way the ship is listing. I mean, now it's all computerized and Star Wars technology. But that's the only way you could tell if the ship was balanced properly, was if the green light was in the middle.
Green for a list to starboard.
Yellow.
Red
Sorry.
For a tilt to port. White means the Edmund Fitzgerald is level. McCarthy is a robust Irishman, adored by the crewmen he supervises.
I know through the years that Dad was very well thought of by crews. He was fair to them. And given 25 to 30 men working together 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 9, 10, 12 months a year, it couldn't all be serious and by the book. And I think that with his experience, he knew how to take those liberties without jeopardizing.
I wonder what was bothering me about this case, and it is the number of men lost. On the 19th November 2010, there was a mine explosion and 29 men are dead trapped inside. My high school sweetheart is still down there. We were still close. I'm sorry to hear that, Angela. Sorry for you guys' loss.
Any of the integrity of the crew or the operation of the boat. Captain McSorley and Dad made a pact to sail out their last years together. That means a lot. Fitz was the biggest boat in the fleet. McSorley was the senior captain, and it was his pick of whom he wanted to be next to him in command.
It takes only 6 hours to fully load Fitzgerald.
And I mean, think of how quick that is. 6 hours to load 50 million pounds of cargo.
And half an hour to seal each hatch with a 7-ton sheet of steel rimmed with 68 clamps.
Now, this is some old school cargo hatch shit here. Again, as you just said, the steel plate weighs 7 tons, and then it has the 68 clamps around it, and you have to hand tighten every one of those bitches to seal it tight.
Each clamp must be tightened manually. Each hold sealed watertight, because flooded compartments could drag the ship down to the bottom of the lake.
Yeah, that is a interesting coincidence with this case and yours. Both happened in November and both 29 men.
It's a little past 2 in the afternoon when Captain McSorley slides the Edmund Fitzgerald away from the loading dock to begin her eastbound run.
Again, I know as I've said this about 50 times already, but you're looking at the people that were on this ship when it went down. These are the people that have died in this accident.
McSorley has spent 44 seasons on the water, working his way up from deckhand to ship's master. But he is 62, and the long days and nights at the helm have wearied him. His wife, Nellie, crippled by arthritis and a recent stroke, has been admitted to a nursing home. On a late October stopover, he promises his wife he will hurry home as soon as the shipping season ends. It won't be long, McSorley vows. It is their last meeting. Seamen like 22-year-old Bruce Hudson make up Fitzgerald's roster.
Bruce was a fun-loving boy and always loved adventure and having fun, and he loved people and was very friendly and was just a very outgoing person. He was very fond of the Fitzgerald when he went on it. He called her the Big Fitz. He was on board with a group of young men. There was about 6 of them around the same age. He spoke a lot about Mark Thomas and Carl Pickle and David Weiss and Tom Benson and a lot of them that he was friends with. Bruce thought John McCarthy was very nice, and they were close, and he liked John McCarthy a lot. And I know Mr. McCarthy did. I know that he looked after him when he could.
It requires only 29 men to smoothly run a ship that is more than 1/8 of a mile long. Wheelsmen like Gene O'Brien and Johnny Poviak. Down in the engine room, Chief Engineer George Hall a serious, enigmatic man, Hall is a close friend of Ernest McSorley. And like the captain, the ship is his life.
And those are some tough old bastards. Even people in the engine rooms today, the computerized, super Star Warsy, damn near special effects engine rooms are still some tough bastards. I mean, these guys, they were the ones that were seriously pulling levers, spinning dials, handling. I mean, these were some badass mofos.
Under Hall's command, newcomer Tom Benson, a 23-year-old in his first season aboard the Fitzgerald.
Now, an oiler is like the beginning person in the engine crew. You have the oilers, and then you'll have the third engineer.
Hello, Winter Storm. How are you doing? Hey, retrial was a half day? Nice.
Second engineer, chief engineer. But the oiler, they're the new guys. And for the deckhands, they're able-bodied seamen or ABS. So that he's just a young kid. It's just his first fucking time on a ship.
Bob Rafferty, taken aboard at the last moment because the regular cook is laid up with ulcers.
Again, whenever there's these major disasters, you always hear these stories. The dude that wasn't supposed to be on there but just happened to be there because the person that was supposed to be there was sick or out, or the exact opposite. Those that weren't supposed to be on, that were supposed to be on there weren't. It's just so freaking serendipitous. Some dude has ulcers, so they need a new cook. So they bring on a dude to be the cook for this voyage. Substitute guy dies. I mean, that would be some serious survivor guilt, I would imagine, especially for a case like this. Brandon Lee says these questions are easily solved. Baldo's greater than Cleveland Steamer. One of those things rams you in your port and you're instantly covered in fluids, water. Yeah, thanks, Brandon. Appreciate it, but appreciate it. The Surreal Goose. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your super chat. Thanks for doing the show. I've been obsessed with the Fit since I was a boy. And I said, me too. And I don't live anywhere near there. I grew up in the freaking desert. I don't know why this story and the song just touch me like it does, but it just does. Chorgon Score.
David Nelson, how are you doing? Good morning. Is Danielle still here? I don't know. Maybe she's lurking. Maybe she's coloring books. She's doing her own stuff. I don't know. Not sure, but she was here earlier.
Scormhammer. Edmund Fitzgerald took her first life that first day. Yep. Thank you. Engine rooms are hot and suck, and they're loud as fuck. Even now, they're crazy loud. I can't imagine how loud the engine rooms were back in those days. That's the number one, at least in my experience, the number one affliction suffered by engine room people. Hearing loss.
For the crew, the Edmund Fitzgerald is both workplace and home. There is a sameness to the daily routine.
Going in life with touch Lorax, that sounds different. Oh, you're still here, Daniel. Nice.
But the work is well-paying. The bond among crewmates strong. A year of lake service brings 10 months of a comfortable room and hearty meals aboard ship, and a 2-month winter vacation. A life without traffic jams or shopping malls, ruled by the rhythm of the seasons. On this day, distant and as yet unseen, two volatile air masses are on a collision course that will churn Lake Superior into an evil frenzy and put everyone on the big lake freighters into a desperate battle to survive.
This is the day before the accident.
At 4:30 in the afternoon, another giant ore carrier, the Arthur Anderson, 767 feet long, departs her home port under the command of Captain Bernie Cooper. Cooper has more than 30 years of experience sailing the Great Lakes. His first mate, Morgan Clark, is another Great Lakes veteran. Like Ernest McSorley, Bernie Cooper is also trying to squeeze in one last run before winter shuts down the Seaway. The two huge freighters are heading for the Seaway locks at Sault Ste. Marie at the opposite end of Lake Superior, a 2-day sail to the east. For 300 miles, they will play follow the leader, with the heavier, slower Anderson lagging 10 to 20 miles behind. The unpredictable November weather will worsen with astonishing swiftness. By the next afternoon, Lake Superior will rise in all her fury. By the next evening, only one of the two giant ships will still be afloat. As they churn eastward across Lake Superior, the fates of two giant merchant ships are inexorably linked. Aboard the Arthur Anderson, Captain Bernie Cooper plots his own weather charts, and he radios to the bridge of the Edmund Fitzgerald that the weather is getting worse, much worse. At about 9 p.m., the ships are proceeding eastward under worsening conditions when they receive the report of a gale warning. It forecasts winds of
Welcome, Mary Jane. How are you?
40 to 50 miles per hour and seas running at 10 feet.
Whenever you start to get gale warnings, I mean, the word goes around the ship. You know, we call all the galley, we call the engineers, and just send your forward end crew on to dog everything down, to make sure everything is tight. You check your clamps on your deck.
Captain Cooper and Fitzgerald master Ernest McSorley, with more than 80 years of sailing experience between them, decide to change course. They leave the traditional shipping lanes at the south end of the lake and head north. By hugging the Canadian shoreline, they hope to gain shelter from the northeast gale.
I'll pause here because guess what? I finished building the Lego. That was fast, and we still have an hour left. So here it is. You can move like so. There's a little volume dial that can move as well. And then I can move that right there. Weep. And weep, weep. There. Oh, yeah. So I finished today's build. Yay. Yeah, you missed a ship. I finished it yesterday. Mary Jane, I finished it yesterday. After this stream, I'm gonna take pictures and then post it on my Twitter. But yeah. So let's just here. How about this? I'm gonna get some more tea, so I'll put a burb. Does it have a needle on the arm? Yeah, it does. It you can see beep like that. You say it was a bust. I fell asleep. Yeah, I know. I know. How dare you? How dare you? How dare you get some sleep? Hmm? Hmm? But yeah, I'll put a burb up real quick, and then I'll get some tea and come back, and then I'll I will watch it. We'll just watch. Uh, David, I will answer your question right after I come back. Wait, pull for what? Oh yeah, there you go. You can see better like this. You can go up and down. Beep. Close. Beep. Open. And then, yep, there's a needle right there. And then I can lift this thing up so it can't go anywhere. And the vinyl record can turn. There you go. Pull for what tea to drink? Mary Jane, I already made some tea. Love the colorful buttons. Oh yeah. So, the tea that I made at the beginning of this stream is, again, always from the Dragon's Treasure. It is called the Combo Breaker. Oh, Mary Jane, this is what I made beginning of the stream. It's Rooibos tea, cocoa nibs, cinnamon, cardamom pods, cardamom, caramel flavor, toasted almond flavor, and white corn flowers. Brought to you by the Dragon's Treasure. Not sponsored. No promo code. But hey, we just drink it to enjoy it. That is what matters. You can get yours at thedragonstreasure.com. Either prepackaged or loose leaves. T-Man does everything by hand, by himself, so it is all the more worth it to support another content creator and a small business owner. Anyway, and speaking of small business owner, please make sure to like and subscribe if you like the content you are seeing, and if you want to see more of it. It is free, costs nothing, and it will make me feel nice and warm and fuzzy inside. And for everyone who is already subscribed, please double check down below if you are, because YouTube can be asshole and kick you off. Anyway, back to our regular schedule. Bloop. Prefer loose leaf tea. Yeah, I sometimes prefer loose leaf, but pre-bagged is more convenient. And yes, Angela, no cauliflowers. It is corn flowers, not cauliflowers. I misspoke in the very beginning. Is that a jackalope hanging on your wall? This way. This way. Eh. Use my other hand. What? There. It's mirrored, so it's weird. There you go. Yep, that is a jackalope on the wall. Chat appears so fast it's possible to forget to like. Oh yeah. Cornflower is blue. Well, this tea, if you let it sit for a while, it'll turn like a very dark maroon or yeah, like a very dark maroon color. Anyway, I'll mute myself and we'll continue to watch this.
On the greatest of the Great Lakes, the seas are running at 10 feet and building fast. Through the night, the weather steadily worsens. At 1 a.m., visibility is reduced to 2 miles in heavy rain. Winds gust to 60 miles per hour.
Now, the winds are up to 60 miles an hour. That's almost hurricane force. And the seas are 10 feet, so 3 meters-ish. And this is just the beginning. You get 3 yards, 3 meter waves, near hurricane force winds.
By daybreak, the calm of the previous morning has become a distant dream. Giant waves wash over the cargo deck.
Celestial Force, have you tried turkey tail tea? I'm going to be growing turkey tail mushrooms this year. I've never even heard of it till just now. If I had a tea kettle and extra money, I'd love some brie boy with rum. Ooh, I have rum in my cabinet right now. But I have work tonight, unfortunately, so I will not be drinking.
There's no panic. These men have been through many storms before. It is business as usual. As Captain Bernie Cooper tries to calculate the probable course of the storm, high above the ship, a swirling mass of clouds is building, packing winds of hurricane force with gusts of nearly 100 miles per hour.
See, now we're up to, the winds are gusting up to 100 miles an hour. It's 160 kilometers an hour. That is like serious, massive, high-class typhoon winds. I believe that is I'm just pulling this number out of my ass. I believe that's a Category 3 hurricane force gusts.
And the worst of the weather is blowing right toward the 2 ships.
And that's not even the worst of the weather.
So I just barely searched it up. A 100 miles per hour wind will fall into Category 2. So Category 2 will be winds between 96 and 110 miles an hour. Every drink shot clears out in an hour. You're sober in an hour, so it's fine to drink a little. 60 mile per hour wind. 60 miles per hour wind is crazy. 100 miles is fucking ridiculous. 40 on the lake will tip your boat. Whitecaps galore. Yeah, jeez. Sorry, Jeff, I'm telling your kid to drink. But a 100 miles an hour wind will be Category 2. And 60 miles an hour is considered a tropical storm in terms of tropical cyclones, not quite hurricanes. 60 miles an hour wind is some bad gas, yeah.
The last plot I made, it showed that there was 80 knot winds going to be from the west, northwest, or northwest. And I don't think I really believed it myself. But they had 92 mile an hour winds at the Sioux, I guess. So, yeah, we plotted it. And, like all sailors, I figure, well, if I get the sea over my stern, I've got it made.
Just after noon on November 10th, Cooper and McSorley plot their next move. They will turn south. To reach Sault Ste. Marie, they'll have to pass close to the treacherous 6 Fathom Shoal just north of Caribou Island.
Now, it's six fathom shoal is what this little shoal here is called. This may come into play later. This is why we have one of the theories that the vessel hit a shoal. Well, 6 fathoms is 36 feet. 6 feet per fathom. So 6 fathom shoal is 36 feet underwater, which just happens to be the exact draft of the Edmund Fitzgerald. So basically, the Edmund Fitzgerald sat 36 feet under the water.
36 feet of churning water, hiding jagged rocks that can tear a ship to shreds. At 2:45, the Edmund Fitzgerald is 10 miles ahead of the Anderson, steering southeast in 16-foot waves. A vicious crosswind lashes the ships. Now it begins to snow. In the whiteout, Cooper can only locate the Fitzgerald's position by radar. Cooper's radar shows the Fitzgerald and her 26,000 tons of cargo perilously close to 6 Fathom Shoal. With only 9 feet of clearance, even in calm conditions, she's much too close. A few minutes later, aboard the Edmund Fitzgerald, Captain McSorley makes his first report of trouble.
Well, he called me up. That was 3:10 in the afternoon. And he said, I've got a little problem. He said, my fence rail is down. He said, I've got 2 vents missing, and I've taken a starboard list.
Now that's a big thing. He says his fence railing is gone. He's missing 2 vents. So that kind of opened up to the seas there a little bit. And then he says he's listing to starboard. So he's leaning to the right. The ship itself is leaning to the right. And that could be for a couple of reasons. One, it could mean there's water coming in from somewhere. Or 2, it could mean that the cargo inside the cargo hold, this 50 fucking million pounds of cargo, has shifted because of the waves and the rolling and the pitching of the ship. It could mean that the cargo is shifted over to the right side, over to the starboard side of the ship, and therefore it's leaning that way. There's an interesting thing. You have to be very, very careful with carrying things like sand or silica things, like anything small and round or like small and particly, because it'll do what's called liquefaction, where it's solid sand, but just once it starts rolling and rocking and waving, the wavelengths of the sand will get in sync and change, and it basically turns to quicksand. It'll turn to liquid. Like it'll still be solid, but it'll have the properties of liquid. And then you can easily, we've dealt with cases before where that's been the deal. You load it with something like sand or silica, and just the way it rocks and moves, the wavelengths sync up, and then it acts like a liquid, and it'll flip a ship.
Now, that immediate list, again, tells me that he either had a stress fracture or he bottomed out. He said he had his pumps on. I asked him if he had his pumps on.
So that the captain here, he hears this, and that's the captain of the other ship. That's his 2 theories. Either he hit the bottom, or
either had a stress fracture or he bottomed out.
And a stress fracture, that would be just like, as the waves are doing this, you have the peaks and the troughs. When you have a ship that big, you can get it stuck on two peaks, and given the right conditions, the right stress on the hull, it can snap the hull, and or just torquing back and forth like this, as this gigantic 222 meter long, this 2.5 football field length ship twists and bends and turns. You can fracture the seams on it.
He said he had his pumps on. I asked him if he had his pumps on. He said yes. And later on, he said that he wasn't gaining anything by pumping out on it. So the water was coming in the hull as fast as they were pumping it out.
Concerned about the water flooding his cargo holds, McSorley slows the Fitzgerald and asks the Anderson to catch up to him.
So now we have they're taking on water now into the cargo holds. Isabel Randy says, I remember watching a YouTube video about that sand thing, the liquefaction. I was confused and very spooked. It's scary as shit to watch the simulations and to see it happen. Yeah, those are some weird, like, there's some weird.
Mo in the deep, deep end. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate you. Welcome to all the raiders. Welcome, welcome. Well, we just barely finished building Lego while watching Maritime Monday, so hey, we're just having a little watch party. Sit back, relax, get a drink, get some snacks if you so desire. Hit the like button if you to put this channel out in the algorithms and subscribe if you dare. Well, please subscribe to see more of these contents, or if you like to just hang out and relax. Maybe be a little chaotic sometimes. But welcome. Thank you, Mo, for the raid.
Physics involved. Someone asked how they avoid like the stress fractures and things. You just pray that they put your damn ship together good. Yeah, that may be one of the problems. We're always trying to build bigger and stronger things. Laser Doctor, thank you so much. My dad used to sail on the Great Lakes. He knew the captain and some of the crew. Wow. That's pretty heavy. Thank you for that. For those of you that are joining us, we're doing the wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald here tonight. We talked about some of the legal issues. Now we're just sort of reviewing the accident itself and the aftermath. Not a lot of fun and games in today's maritime accident video. But if you're
Thanks, Dad, for explaining that to the new viewers. We were watching Edmund Fitzgerald sinking. So, yeah.
If you're enjoying this, if you're liking the story, if you're liking the chat, if God forbid you're liking me, hit that like button. Let me know and let YouTube know that you like this type of content, and they'll do their job with the algorithms and put it out. And those of you that are subscribed, thank you so much. If you haven't subscribed, I would appreciate it. If this is something you want to hear more of, we do this every Monday. Let's jump back into this here.
He fights his way toward a safe harbor, a harbor he will never reach.
Yes, exactly. Liquefaction is like what in Dune when the worm sucks the harvester into the sand.
To Shipwreck, the mystery of the Edmund Fitzgerald on Discovery Sunday.
Maritime Central, a money experience. No,
don't need 1995 commercials.
Mother boy, this cargo ship Arthur. It's 4 p.m. Aboard the cargo ship Arthur Anderson, Captain Bernie Cooper is recording 100-mile-an-hour wind gusts under a savage, darkening sky. And just ahead of him, invisible in the raging storm, the Edmund Fitzgerald and the 29 men who sail in her are engaged in a life-or-death struggle with the fury of Lake Superior.
Now think of this. It's snowing. It's blizzard. You can't see in front of you. There's 100-mile-an-hour winds, 160-kilometer winds. You're taking on water. You're trying to pump it. Nothing is happening. You're not making any ground. And as the narrator says, you are literally fighting for your life in these temperatures. I can't imagine what that must be like. And that's why I used the line.
So the 90s commercials are definitely more interesting than nowadays.
Line from the Edmund Fitzgerald song in my thumbnail, if you saw it. it's such a powerful line from the position of the people that would be in this situation.
Santiago Garcia Jr. Welcome. Good morning. I miss Legal Vices. Yeah. So sit back, relax, and enjoy some Maritime Monday with us. Glad you're here.
Where does the love of God go when the waves turn the minutes to hours? I mean, every minute where they're fighting for their very survival, every minute where they're trying not to fucking die in a literal life and death struggle, knowing they're losing the damn battle. The minutes feel like hours. And where is the love of God when that is happening to them?
Hello, Dodo. Welcome. I love the song by Gordon Lightfoot. Yeah, I'll be listening to it after I finish this stream.
Mrs. Miss Lisa, thank you so much for the ghost super chat.
Ten minutes later, Captain Ernest McSorley reports that his radar masts have been disabled by the wind.
Again, they're listing, they're taking on water, they're pumping, they're losing ground, 100-mile-an-hour winds, 30 feet, 10-yard waves that are 30 meters high or 10 meters high, wide out blizzard conditions, and then they lose their radar. No radar. They've got visual on nothing but fucking snow and water. Now, not only are they fighting for their life, they're fighting for their life completely and utterly blind.
At 4:30, the lighthouse and radio beacon at Whitefish Point go dark and silent when their power lines are blown down.
Your one hope is to see that lighthouse, to see the lighthouse to guide you into where you're going. Goes dark. That's it. That was the only thing you could hope for, a visual on where the fuck you were. And it goes dark. The one that God always says, no call for help. Oh, we'll get there. This is what we've been hearing so far is not even the worst of what's in store for these guys. I mean, can you imagine that? Whiteout conditions, 10-yard waves, 100-mile-an-hour winds, 160-kilometer-hour winds. You lose your radar. You're looking for a lighthouse. Fuck up. The lighthouse isn't even there, even if you happen to catch a glimpse of it through the weather conditions. The ship behind you you're sailing with can't see you because of the weather. Catherine Bangle, thank you so much for your donation. Well, thank you so much. No, thank you. I love maritime history. Well, there'll be more of it here every Monday.
Without radar or shore lights to guide him, and with only a radio phone for communication with other ships, the Edmund Fitzgerald is sailing blind through the tempest with 30-foot waves coming over her decks. At 5 o'clock, McSorley asks First Mate Morgan Clark aboard the Anderson to check his position.
Santiago Garcia Jr., there was one person who did not go due to sickness. The first cook had ulcer, I believe he said, so he got replaced by a different cook.
Scanning his radar screen, Clark...
God, see, how is that? This is the captain of one ship asking another ship back there to please use his radar to tell him where the hell he's at. He's lost all visuals, all reference points, all hope of knowing where the hell he's at. And he's relying on another ship behind him to give him a clue as to where he is.
Reports that the Edmund Fitzgerald is 3.5 miles from Whitefish Point. For McSorley, this is good news. He had hoped to keep at least 2 miles of open water between his ship and the shoreline he cannot see. 5:30 p.m. Captain McSorley, increasingly desperate to contact any nearby vessel, radios to a Swedish ship in Whitefish Bay that he is taking heavy seas over his cargo.
Welcome, Xterra Bill. Hey, Chad, question. Did we watch the first Karen Read with Trial with Jeff? I forgot. I think there was Karen Read videos. Oh, yeah. Winterstorm answered for you. There you go. And Mary Jane answered for you, too. YouTube changed grape. Alicia G. Hello. Welcome. A sense that a mechanic did as well on a documentary of the Edmund Fitzgerald. Oh, if it was mentioned on this one, then I missed it. Oops.
Cargo deck. He has been on the Great Lakes for 44 years, but this is the worst he has ever seen. 6:40, just clear of Caribou Island, the Anderson is rocked by 2 gigantic waves in rapid succession. 35.
Alicia G. Hello. I love these videos with you and your dad. It's good to see him on YouTube again. Yeah, it's interesting. It's good to see he did what he loved to do. Wasn't Lauren De Laguna the one who told Jeff about the Karen retrial? Who? I need to hear Jeff's intro song for the Karen retrial again. Harshu, welcome back. Hello. Here, how about this? Jeff looks so blue when he's wearing that black shirt. uh, nice. Oh, I was about to do a poll. Caught me off guard. Oh, stupid. Oh, jeez. Was the cereal and oat milk? It was not for me. It was for my roommate. So I do not drink oat milk and I do not eat cereal. Uh, Love your videos already. I appreciate it. Thank you. Can read intro. Okay, I'm gonna have this poll up for 5 minutes. Yeah, 5 minutes.
30-foot towers of water crash down on the ship. The Anderson survives, but waves as powerful as those found in a mid-ocean cyclone are bearing down on the Edmund Fitzgerald from behind. In a few minutes, they will catch up to her.
Those two seas were the biggest that we ever had.
See, these two waves they're talking about, these 10, 12 meter waves, these 10, 12 yard waves. Again, this is a guy who's been on the ocean, he's been on these seas, he's been on these lakes for 44 years. And he says these are the largest two waves he's ever seen in his life. And they're headed straight from his ship towards the...
Okay, so the Karen Reed intro, I mean the Karen Reed intro music, not the intro coverage. Let me just make that clear. I'm talking about the intro music. I'm not covering trials. I'm talking about the intro music for any confusion.
the Edmund Fitzgerald with no clue they're coming, no radar, no visuals, nothing.
Going down there. And it happened about 6:30 in the evening. And I just wonder if those two seas didn't catch up with the Fitzgerald. And I just got to thinking about it afterwards. If those seas were that big, they rolled up his deck. And he's got a list. And the water stays up in the forward cabin. It's going to put his bow down under the water.
At 7:10 p.m., Ernest McSorley gets a final position fix from the Anderson. Morgan Clark asks how the Edmund Fitzgerald is faring. McSorley replies, "We are holding our own."
$7:13. K2, thank you so much. My family has lived at Lake Superior since 1864. Wow. So you know what they're talking about here. You know how the lake can be, I guess. That's all he can get out when asking how he's doing. I'm holding my own. He's still above water at 7:13.
From the Anderson, Morgan Clark asks how the Edmund Fitzgerald is faring. McSorley replies, "We are holding our own." These are the last words from the Edmund Fitzgerald. At 7:30, the snow eases. Bernie Cooper searches the horizon for the
He's a man that goes against the grain. For this, respect, man. I appreciate it. Thank you, Celestial. Harshu, bro, you look like a pirate. Oh, thanks. I don't mean to look like a pirate, but I guess I do. Thanks. And of course, Winter Storm. Blah, 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 blah. A friend did a triathlon in Lake Superior. He said it was the most challenging swim he ever did. Any triathlon is freaking insane. Connor's like Bowie's son. He didn't go into music, but movies. He's a great director. Bowie's son is a... Huh. I don't know David Bowie's son was a director. Now I know. Thanks, Mary Jane.
lights of the Fitzgerald. But there are no lights, and the radar screen aboard the Anderson shows nothing. The Big Fitz has disappeared. Again and again, Morgan Clark tries to raise McSorley by radio. In reply, there is only silence. Bernie Cooper calls the Coast Guard. "I am very concerned. He was right in front of us. I can see no lights. I just hope he didn't take a nosedive." As the Anderson reaches the safety of Whitefish Bay, the U.S. Coast Guard initiates a search for the Edmund Fitzgerald. But every rescue ship at its disposal is either broken down, too small, or too far away to be of use. An hour later, An air search is begun by the American and Canadian Coast Guards, but they find no one to rescue.
They're just gone sometime between 7:13 and 7:30. There's no vessels on the water searching for them, just a couple of helicopters from the Canadian and U.S. Coast Guards by air.
The Coast Guard asks Bernie Cooper to take his ship back into the storm.
And what do you do there? You're the captain of the other ship that just survived barely the same storm that took the Edmund Fitzgerald. You finally, after more than 24 hours in this storm, you pull into the safe port. You pull into Whitefish Bay, and then they ask you to go back out. They ask you to take your crew that are probably all scared shitless and just want to get home to their families. They ask you to take them back out again. What do you do?
Join the search.
Captain Milrad, he asked me if I'd personally go back out, and I was reluctant to go. Really, I was. But he said there's a ship on the bottom, and I felt like saying that could be two if I go back, you know, but I finally decided I'd go out. When we went.
So that's what they did. The maritime community is a tight, damn community. I've seen things that, you know, in accidents and things that are just, I mean, heroic is the only way to describe them. They knew that it could cost them their lives.
Hello, Peachy Peaches. Welcome. Just watching some Maritime Monday after I finished my Lego so freaking quick. And Star. Oh. Good morning. As a Canadian, this story is so well known from the song that immortalized the sinking by Canadian legend Gordon Lightfoot, which is the highlight of chat's comment today. Yeah. I'll be listening to the music after I end the stream while I take pictures of the Endurance.
That they could very easily join the Edmund Fitzgerald, but your brothers out there on the sea, your brothers, it's I would assume it's like being in combat. You go, yeah, okay, I got here to the safe point. Somebody else is out there. I don't want to fucking go out and get him, but I'm gonna go out and get him. So they sucked it up. These guys who were probably all tired and exhausted after being beat to death by waves for so long decided to put their lives on the line and risk everything to go back there and look for their fellow seamen.
Went down and turned around.
That's some serious shit.
Went out to Whitefish Point at the same distance we were off when we came down. And then I headed the ship west-northwest directly into the wind from our last position we had of the Fitzgerald.
Seven other ships safely anchored in Whitefish Bay also are asked to help. Only one, the William Clay Ford, agrees to join the Anderson.
How's that? 6 of 7 other ships do what a lot of you said. Hey, done. Nope, sorry, I ain't going back out there in that.
The first time they talked to the Coast Guard, I said, no, I wouldn't go out there. And that's why I went to anchor in the first place.
And see, that's a thing. Even the one that went out, he said, no, I told him, I'm not going back out. That's why I came here and anchored in the first place. I don't want to fucking be out in the storm.
To stay out of the storm. After I told the Coast Guard, no, I wouldn't go out there, I went down my room and thought about it for a while, and I decided, well, somebody's got to go out there. So I called the Coast Guard and told them we'd pick up the anchor and go.
As the two ships battle back through the gale, a helicopter sweeps the waves with searchlights. Nothing is seen. All night, the Ford and the Anderson crisscrossed the area.
Probably 11 o'clock in the morning, the third mate was still up in the bridge. You know, these fellows have spent all their time up there. And he spotted the lifeboat. It was only a half a lifeboat. It looked like a giant hand had just torn it right in two.
We searched for 3 days in probably the roughest seas I've ever been in my life, including the North Atlantic and hurricanes in the Gulf, because you got 3 different seas from 3 different directions. At one point, we rolled 51 degrees. It was a real quick snap roll, and my XO went flying across the bridge and was actually standing on the bulkhead, on the port bulkhead. If the door had been open to the port bridge wing, he'd have went right on.
How's it go? Wow, I can't talk. How's it going, sister? Hi, Eileen. Welcome. Glad you could make it. I was the captain of the Edmund Fitzgerald's last ride. He was going to retire. Well, I don't know if it's horrible to say, but what a way to retire.
I got no words for that. I've got no damn words for that.
And I know I said I'm going to have the poll up for 5 minutes, but instead it went on for 11 because I lost track of time. I guess I'll play the Can Read intro music after we finish this Maritime Monday in about 30, maybe 50 minutes, depending on how much commentary I give. I'm going to try to be cool. No crying in baseball. Well, Island, if you cry or not, we are here for you. And we love that you're here.
I'm sure you heard how much that ship
Went flying across the bridge and was actually, because you got 3 different seas from 3 different directions. At one point, we rolled 51 degrees.
I mean, if that's level, that's 45 degrees. That's about 51 degrees. That's almost past the point of no goddamn return. "51 degrees is a hell of a roll." And as he said, the guy was standing on the bulkhead, which basically means the ship turned. And here you'll have on most of the bridges, we'll have wing bridges with like doors on the side of the bridge. The ship had turned so much, dude was essentially standing on the wall of the ship. That's how far this particular ship rolled. He was standing on the wall of the ship.
It was a real quick snap roll, and my XO went flying across the bridge and was actually standing on the bulkhead, on the port bulkhead. If the door had been open to the port bridge wing, he'd have went right on over the side. It was really bad.
An air and sea search is continuing for possible survivors of the Edmund Fitzgerald, a 729-foot ore carrier, which apparently broke apart and sunk last night on Lake Superior. The ship and its 29-man crew vanished in a storm with 80-mile-an-hour winds and wave heights up to 25 feet. All that has been found is an oil slick and some debris.
That's it. 4 days of searching gets you an oil slick and some debris. Jason McConnell, thank you so much for the super chat. I believe the Ford company ship Benson R. Ford also left anchor to search. I don't know the name of the only ones I know are the ones they've mentioned here. But thank you so much for that. Givner, have you looked at the 1979 Fastnet race? I have not. I do not know what that is. I shall. And Sylvia, thank you for your super chat. Thank you for your video and your narrative. No, thank you for being here, and thank you for watching, and thank you for your super chat. Deeply appreciated. So yeah, after all of this, that's where we are. 29 people fighting for their lives for over 24 hours on a ship in whiteout conditions in a blizzard with 100-mile-an-hour, 160-kilometer-an-hour winds, 10-yard waves crashing over the deck, blind because their radar tower's out, blind because even the power to the lighthouses are out, desperately trying to get a hold of another ship, to use another ship's radar to find out where they are. And all they have left to show for it is some debris and an oil slick.
The news goes out. The pride of the Great Lakes Fleet has vanished with all hands.
Interesting. It is third largest freshwater lake by volume, largest by surface area. Huh. Interesting. So Lake Erie's haunted? Maybe.
You assume the ship has gone down. Is there now any hope for survivors at all?
Well, it would seem very dim at this point, with almost 24 hours that they've been in the water. 50-degree water, you don't normally survive much longer than 3 to 4 hours.
29 families anxiously follow the search. The watchman, Ray Cundy's wife, Doreen. It is a terrible ordeal.
When I came home after bingo, and I automatically put the TV on. And I just happened to glance over the TV, and across the TV was this here. Edmund Fitzgerald feared sunk Lake Superior. A friend of mine from downtown called, and she says, Doreen, guess what? The Fitzgerald has sunk, and all the men in it are dead. I said, that's a poor, cruel joke. And I called him a bad name, and I hung up. Then I looked at the TV again. Damn it, I seen it again. Then I knew then that there was something to this.
For 2 days.
Yeah, how would you like to find out that your husband was dead by watching the television? That's rough. Andrew Maggard, thank you for your super chat. Very fascinating story. Thank you for covering it. Thank you for watching it, and thank you for the super chat. Jason McConnell, the risk of being gross when you pull a body from Superior. In our case, after 15 years, the body is turned to soap. It's perfectly preserved at the bottom, but liquefies at the surface.
That's horrible, Winter Storm. Surprise, her husband's dead. Wow. Welcome, Boosh. How are you?
That's not the risk of being gross. That's kind of the definition of being gross. Yee. Did not know that. Did not want to know that. But okay.
Then I knew that there was something to this.
For 2 days, bits of debris are found. An inflatable raft, life preservers, but no bodies and no survivors. On November 14th, 4 days after the Edmund Fitzgerald disappears, a U.S. Navy aircraft carrying magnetic detection equipment senses a large object on the bottom of Lake Superior. Later, a Navy ship confirms the find with sonar. Next, a remote-controlled submersible locates the haunting wreck, broken in two, leaving a legacy of grief and a lingering mystery. How could such a...
Skipper, welcome, welcome. Good news to. Well, good that it wasn't. It's not cancerous. That's good news. Hopefully everything gets all figured out. Uh, uh, yeah, I hope you're doing good, Skipper. Welcome. That's why we don't tell people who were in the crash after the day the music died. Buddy Holly's wife had a miscarriage when she saw that her husband, Buddy Holly Ritchie, Lance and two other perished. Jeez. Yeah, that's scary.
mighty vessel have gone down so suddenly, taking 29 men to their graves.
The Mystery of the Edmund Fitzgerald on Discovery Sunday.
The word is one of the most chilling in our language. Shipwreck. A vessel built to rule the seas, consumed by the seas. For centuries, human ingenuity and enterprise have struggled to build stronger ships, safer ships. But still, sometimes, the sea prevails. One moment, the Edmund Fitzgerald was the pride of the Great Lakes fleet. The next, she was gone. One fact seems clear. Before she went down, she must have taken on thousands of gallons of water. But how did that water get into her holds and below her decks?
And I'm convinced that she took water on from topside. Whether it physically lost a hatch, I don't know. But I know that with the hatch gas.
Thank you, Star. Appreciate it. And I'm glad everyone's here. I'm glad everyone's here to relive the memory. I'm a Great Lakes Mariner, but I hope my death gives a 15-minute ballad written by a Canadian singer-songwriter. That would be freaking awesome. It was as if Poseidon himself offered his hand in friendship and they spat in his mouth. Ugh, that's disgusting.
Gaskets loose, hatch clamps loose, and we found all kinds of them loose. It's a hard job. The clamps are a very good clamp, but if they're going to do their job right, it's a lot of work to snap them into place. People keep asking me, well, what caused the loss of the Fitzgerald? And my answer is complacency.
Any suggestion of negligence on the part of the Fitzgerald's crew is controversial. Few freighter captains support the Coast Guard's findings. One who opposes was piloting a Swedish freighter through the treacherous Superior Channels the night the Edmund Fitzgerald went down. Cedric Woodard was one of the last to talk to Ernest McSorley.
Nobody will ever know what happened, but I would swear 100% it wasn't hatch covers. Because I've been in starman hatch cover and go down the hole and watch them with the same hatch covers. And I went down and watched seawood water. Maybe a cupful would come through or something. And if her hatches were much worse, if her hatch didn't have no clamps on, that much water wouldn't have come in, because them hatches weighs tons. And they sit there and they can't get off. So how could that much water come through?
The first unmanned underwater survey in 1976 shows the Fitzgerald broken into two sections, lying at an angle to each other, with a mass of iron ore pellets and twisted wreckage on the lake bed between them. 2 years later, a 50-page report concludes that ineffective closure of the cargo hatches allowed water to penetrate the hull and weigh the ship down. But not everyone is convinced. Some believe the Fitzgerald suffered a fate similar to the ore carrier Daniel J. Morrell, which broke in half on another wild November night 9 years earlier. Bernie Cooper believes an uncharted shoal marked the beginning of the end of the Edmund Fitzgerald.
I don't care what anybody says. At 3:10 in the afternoon, she had either bottomed out or had a stress fracture of the hull. That's the only two possibilities I have. She was sinking from that time on. My opinion is she bottomed out.
No one will ever know if the Fitzgerald scraped bottom or where. But the charts of Lake Superior used by Captain McSorley show 6 Fathom Shoal 1 mile east of its actual position. With his radar masts rendered useless by the winds, McSorley was sailing blind with an inaccurate chart of the most dangerous part of his course.
And there's just got to be that one final kick in the balls, doesn't there? Wideouts, 100-mile-an-hour winds, 30-foot waves, no lighthouse to look for. Your radar's out and your maps are incorrect.
The gales of November dealt Ernest McSorley a cruel hand.
With the weight of the water coming aboard the shutter, and if he bottomed out, it wouldn't have to be a tremendous blow to cause the damage, especially if it was a rocky shoal. And bottoming out, you wouldn't feel it because you're always getting that kind of shuddering motion, and he could have just scraped the bottom enough to rupture a couple of tanks.
On Superior, in one of the worst storms of recorded history, Ernest McSorley had only one choice: to sail for Whitefish Bay and safe harbor. He tried to run for it, but
Of course, Tammy comes in with the balls. Welcome. Grew up off Lake Erie. Lake effects now sucks. Hey, I mean, it'll be cool growing up near a lake. Howdy, Captain Jeff and Connor McLeod of the clan. Hi, Tammy.
ran out of time.
He sounded tired on the telephone, but I'm sure that he wasn't about to. You just can't panic the crew. You got to keep your mouth shut. You got to work around that somehow. And I like every other captain, I think you think your ship was infallible. I think he thought that ship was going to get him down. I know I thought that way about the Anderson. I didn't think anything. I thought she was indestructible.
The great mystery remains the suddenness of the Fitzgerald's disappearance. For hours, she was in frequent radio contact with the Anderson and other ships. McSorley's radio phone was always at arm's length. Yet she went down without a single cry of mayday. Captain Bernie Cooper believed she was swallowed by a single monstrous wave.
I think it was sudden and catastrophic. The ship just disappeared completely. I mean, if those seas were that big, they rolled up his deck, and he's got a list. And the water stays up in the fore cabin. It's going to put his bow down under the water. And once she started down, the screw just drove her into the bottom.
Oof.
We will return to Shipwreck, the mystery of the Edmund Fitzgerald on Discovery Sunday.
In the summer of 1995, a final mission descends into Superior's black depths. The mission? To recover the ship's bell. To once again hear the voice of the Edmund Fitzgerald.
Well, again, I know I said that at the beginning, but I think that is such a cool thing to do. Whereas most places they would make a new bell and put the names of the people on it.
Tammy, funny enough, the Highlander is where my dad got my name from. So after you cleared that up, I now got it. um, Tammy, member for 2 months. Thank you for being a member for 2 whole months. I appreciate the support. And Tammy, Thank you for the one gifted Vice Baby membership. And that went to Star. Star, please say thank you to Tammy for the membership, and welcome officially to the squad, the member, the the best, the happiest place on earth. There you go.
And hang that in the museum to remember them. Remember what they're doing here is they're bringing up the ship's bell to put in the museum. And then they're going to make a new bell, put the names of all 29 of the crewmen that died, and then put that bell back down on the wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald with their names on it as a tombstone. That's a pretty powerful thing.
The bell will be taken to the Great Lakes Shipwreck Historical Museum at Whitefish Point. In its place, a new brass bell, inscribed with the names of the 29 men who died, will become an eternal memorial, returned forever to the wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald.
Our spiritual history tells us that the chaos of all the elements was used to form a harmony that created this beautiful and
Hello, Rose. Hello, hello. Sorry, only one phone charge today. No worries. No need to say sorry. You're here. That's all that matters. And just Stacy. Welcome. You hear nothing, is it me? I don't know.
awesome world of ours. And the greatest wonder of that creation was the dignity of human life. It was the same chaos of the elements 20 years ago that took the Edmund Fitzgerald and ended the journey of life for 29 men. We remember that the chaos of that night is below us right now, but it's one of quietness and one of solitude.
It's somewhat fitting we're gathered here today in the weather that is keeping us cold and chilly.
It is with great pride and a great deal of humility that I present this bell on behalf of the people of Ontario to the people of Michigan, and especially to the families of the Edmund Fitzgerald crew.
The men deserve the memorial, and they should have had it a long time ago, but they finally got it.
Being out there on that spot gave me peace of mind because the sun was shining, the sky was clear, the water was beautiful, and it filled that void for me.
And I've got to say to the long list of contributors and supporters, all we can just say is thank you very much.
So 20 years after the Edmund Fitzgerald went down, with 29 people on it, they finally got a fitting memorial to that, which again, I just think that is so freaking cool because, and I know I just said it like 2 minutes ago, But the ordinary memorial would be to make a new bell and put everybody's name on it and put it somewhere where you can see it. But they took the bell and put that in the museum and then put the memorial down on the ship where the bodies are. Finally, giving as much closure as possible to these families. And this isn't just one incident. This is every time there's a death on any ship or any situation like this. You know, we talk about them from a legal perspective. We talk about them from, you know, a dispassionate, you know, who is responsible for this? Who is responsible for that? How many zeros do we put at the end of the compensation check? But these are real people with real families. And they went through one of the, as he said, one of the worst storms in recorded history on the lakes. They fought fucking hard to stay alive. People risk their lives to go back out and look for them, look for their brothers, look for their fellow seamen. And they have this memorial.
As we remember the men, as we hear the bell toll, we should grieve. But we should also not forget to celebrate their lives as well. As the bell is in their hearts, so they are in the bell. And in the bell's tone are the voices of the men, and we should listen. Ernest M. McSorley, Master. First Mate, John H. McCarthy. Oiler, Thomas Benson. Deckhand, Bruce L. Hudson. Second Assistant Engineer, Russell G. Haskell. Cadet of the deck.
Listen, my chat will never be as blue as Elsie's chat. Oh yeah. They're not giving out wrenches like crazy. Lincoln Kane is the master of giving out wrenches. I just give it to people that needs it. Like at least all the creators that I know. No. Your chat doesn't need to be blue, it can backfire, yeah. Connor, they're having their 50-year. One second, I gotta cramp on my back. Jeez. Oh. Okay. They're having their 50-year this year at Split Rock. Nice. Thank you, Angela, for the 7 New Zealand dollars. I appreciate it. Beginning of a cat Lego protection fund. Thank you. Well, at least there's a lot of us to remove bots. Yeah. Like I at least give the fellow content creators a wrench because I know there are fakes out there that pretend that they are people who they are not. So just in case there's a faker that pops up, I know if they are real or not. So all the content creators have a wrench, not as a mod, but just so I know that they are who they are. And of course, dad's mods need to have wrench and come over to be my mod unless no one wants wrench, then I can take it away if they so desire.
David E. Weiss.
Superior, they said, never gives up her dead when the gale early.
Third Assistant Engineer, Oliver J. Champeau. 30th ring, and it is for all the mariner sailors who have lost their lives on the Great Lakes.
That's the story of the wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald. Those sailors, and that's just something I've come to understand and realize over the last 26, 27 years I've been doing maritime law. The people that are on ships 400 years ago, 200 years ago, 40 years ago, today are some bad motherfuckers. The women on the ship are bad motherfuckers. They risk a lot of stuff so that you get your computers, so that you get your cars, so that you get your shit to buy from the stores. These are the people that put their lives on the line. And this is just one glimpse into the situations that can happen, and that happen all the time on the sea, where we're insignificant. We're these tiny little dots on this little globe hurtling through the Milky Way. And we have so little control over our destinies. I mean, again, the cook on the ship, he was on the ship because he was filling in for a guy that had an ulcer. Another kid, it's his first ship he's on. The captain's looking forward to ending his career and going and taking care of his wife in a nursing home who was there with polio, I believe. And I mean, just the heroics of, like we said, the people that are on this ship with the 100-mile-an-hour winds, the 30-foot waves, the blinding snow, these waves crashing over the deck, reaching out, watching their radar go out, going in utter blackness, not having a clue where they are, hoping that someone else can tell them where they are. And suddenly, for whatever reason, in the space of 17 minutes, they're here and then they're gone. They fought like hell to keep that ship there. They fought like hell to get the stupid fucking cargo from point A to point B in a storm. The storm that came out of nowhere. There was one of the worst storms on the guys are saying these are the worst waves that they've ever seen, and they've been doing this shit for 45 years. I want to thank all of you that joined for today. It was way more serious than our usual topics, but this is something that has just fascinated me since I was a kid. There's something about this that me as a little desert rat in Utah have just always been deeply, deeply moved by the story of the Edmund Fitzgerald. And thank you, those of you that have liked the video, thank you so much. If you haven't liked it, please like it on your way out. If you have, thank you. Those.
Hello, Chadwick Myers. Welcome. Biggest thing in Gordon Lightfoot's career? Oh, yeah. No cannibalism, unfortunately, David. It's like under a gale, 1991, we had a bad snowstorm, and fishermen lost their lives on the fishing boat. That's, yeah, any maritime stuff is tragic. Jeff the Desert Rat gave birth to a watery baby who became a desert rat. Yep.
Those of you that want to subscribe, I hope this is something you enjoyed and come back for more. Those of you that have sent in your super chats, those are always appreciated with my deepest and sincerest thanks. My mods, I love all of you guys. I couldn't do this channel without my mods. I certainly couldn't do it without you. The 300, 400, 500 people that come here regularly. We'll keep growing this channel. Soon, hopefully, it'll be 4,000 and 5,000 people we've got watching this. As we wrap up, Phil Abudi, Thank you so much for the last super chat of the day. Do you know where I can get a copy of the Liechtenstein Maritime Lobby Reithnar Mar Frick? No, I do not know. I hear it's an interesting read. Can't tell you. But thank you. Thank you for your super chat. And again, thank you for all of you that are here. I'm just going to sign off now and let us go out with the of course. Oh, Brendan Lesko comes in with the last one. Hang on here. I'm writing the IRS a letter explaining to them what a statute.
Okay, is it just me or is his glasses bothering you? Like, it's bothering me because it looks like it's like slanted. I don't know.
Statutory employee is, what level of snark should I use? Whatever level of snark you want to use, I guess. Thanks. Thank you for the super chat. We'll take it out here with Gordon Lightfoot's the wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald. And now that you've seen the story, and you know the details they're making, you know the facts that.
Oh, Mary Jane, for sure. I know. I always sleep with my glasses on. Blue blocker, so they're reflecting more. Yeah, it just looks slanted to me on his face. I don't know.
Have been revealed. Listen to the song. Listen to the lyrics a little more carefully. And see if now maybe this song might not have a little more meaning than it does when you just hear it on the radio. Until we get together again tomorrow for the continuation of the Alec Baldwin investigations. Please don't forget to take care of yourself and enjoy your legal vices. And again, this is the last super chat of the day. Phil Booty, thank you so much. It's one page. Liechtenstein has no maritime law. This is a notebook. I don't know. But thank you. Thank you so much, everybody. We'll let this take us out. And again, listen a little more carefully to the words to this song and put yourself in the mind.
Shihans, welcome, Shihans. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Minds and the hearts of the people that were on board the Edmund Fitzgerald, fighting for its survival as you listen to the song this time around. Take care. We'll see you tomorrow.
Okay. Sweet. That was Maritime number 5? Yeah, number 5. Oh. And yeah, the title of this stream is one of the lines from the music. I so much that Jeff made. I enjoyed so much that Jeff made mostly always direct eye contact with us. His glasses were better lately. I loved his eyes. I don't pay attention to his eyes. I pay attention to other people's eyes. I'm not going to play the Edmund Fitzgerald song, but I'm going to uh play the Karen Reed intro music that he made. Yeah, so the reason why there were no song that he said he was gonna play is because he cut it out. Because he got copyright stricken. Thank you for playing these. Your dad was amazing with knowledge. Heck yeah. He indeed was. Let me move you guys down here. Move this up there. Bloop, bloop. Bloop, 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 bloop. Oops. Wrong one. Looking good, thank you. La 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 la. Anything for tomorrow? I don't have any more Legos, so I did buy. So I don't know how to crochet, okay? But I bought this, the Harry Potter crochet thing. If I can't figure this out, I'm gonna, let's see. Grab your crochet wand and craft some magic. Crochet 14 magical projects from the Harry Potter films. Stitch up Hermione with a removable school robe and scarf. Professor Professor McGonagall with the Sorting Hat, and even tiny, adorable Hedwig the Owl. Harry Potter Crochet contains an illustrated instruction book that guides you step by step through each pattern, along with materials to make Harry Potter and Dobby the house elf, 9 colors of yarn, embroidery thread, a crochet hook, stuffing, plastic safety eyes, and yarn needle. Conjure up your favorite characters from the Wizarding world. Instructions to create Harry, Ron, Hermione, Dobby, Hagrid, Dumbledore, Snape, McGonagall, Voldemort, Ginny, the Sorting Hat, Hedwig, Norbert the Dragon, and student robes and scarves. Uh, I love crochet, just raise my hand now. I'm intimidated by crocheting figures. Whereas Rage, she can show you how to crochet. Who? If my mom can crochet, you can too. Use a kit to make a crocheted Connor. That will fail horribly. My sister-in-law crochet, she got a good. Whoa, where'd it go? She got really good in no time. Crochet equals hooking. Yeah. Connor, I started finger knitting. Dude, it is so easy and relaxing. Oh, I cried so hard over Dobby. My massive Dobby sock. Dobby is free. How awesome I want to learn. I like your dad. You know how to pull out of my lurk. You know how to pull out of my lurking mode. There you go. I'd watch a YouTube video. Yeah. Where'd you get that kit? So this kit, I got it at Walmart. Um, it was in the book aisle. It was with all the books for some reason. I don't know. We are all wanting to hang out with you. That's why we like the streams, and I appreciate everyone for being here. Amigurumi is fun. Get that magic circle in line. Please read through my Taiwanese. Yeah, or do you want to say, "Oh, how awesome! Now I want to learn." Like your dad, you know how to pull pull my out of lurking mode. But I know you meant like your dad, you know how to pull me out of my lurking mode. Hermione with her mobile robe, that's sus. I love doing the picture mosaic crochet blankets. That blankets are terrifying. Voodoo dolls, maybe. Connor, thanks for streaming. Well, before you go, we shall play uh the Karen Reed intro song. But if you cannot stay, that is understandable as well. Their speech was also clear and so structured for me. For me, is English language a foreign language? I could understand Jeff's word, streams, and language so easily. Sam as Connor, it is a mystery. The world may never know. The amount of suburban moms I knew who swooned over Harry Potter back in the day, that was sus. Yeah. Oblivion remaster stream when Smopo, that is a very good question. Very, very good question. You should try the latch hook because you can connect to make rug for house. Interesting. Oblivion Remaster stream when Smopo, that's an awesome question. Let's see if I can figure out the do. It does look good. I saw little screenshots and snippets of it. Hello, Mismatch Menace. How are ya? You choosing type 1 or type 2? I don't know. I honestly do not know. Library. There it is. Should I? Here. Oh, I spell that. What is that spelling? Jeez. Um, nah. Has a resting smile face. I mostly have a resting biatch face. So TV show is swoon worthy. I watched 4 episodes of it of the first season. Pinterest and YouTube are helpful for learning crochet stitches. 안녕하세요, MGLO. 안녕하세요. Thanks for sharing your dad. No problem. Gonna get a hook and we'll crochet during streams. Oh yeah, I will. If it's me, I'm bleh. You have dyslexia. I just can't read. Oblivion is a video game. Yes. My uncle, he gave me a copy of the original, like the older version of it, and I tried it. I tried it. Yes, I'm playing the intro. I'm just looking over all the things. Yeah, he has Bruce. He has another Bruce. He has Pocraft 1, 2, 3, 4 Pocrafts. He has 2 Cough of the Troll Sisters. He has 3 suitcases of love. He has 2 Feuden in Levy County. Need to back outside and work the garden. Thanks for this great stream. No problem, Star. Thank you for joining in. I appreciate you. Have fun at the garden. Be careful. Why? Okay. There's a song titled Hawk Tour. I I don't know if I like that. Okay. Sorry for the game distracting. Oh, no problem. No need to say sorry. I'm play the Hawk Tour, or do you want me to play the one of the 3 versions of Karen's Blues? 'Cause I can play both. Let's see. Tour. Okay. Let me know if it's too loud, and I'll adjust. When up, yeah, I'll play both. Okay. Let me know 1, 2, or 3 because there are 3 Karen's blues. So 1, 2, or 3. But yeah, I'll play Hawk Tuah while I wait for you guys' answers. Hello, Heather May. How are you this morning? Just came in from getting ready to get my community garden planted. Ooh, fun. I'm doing great. How are you doing? But here is Hawk Tuah. Let me know if the volume is too loud. I will adjust it. All 3.
She's dancing to the club, she's looking so fine. Got her eyes on the prize, yeah, she's on her grind. She's a queen of the night, got that in her sway. She looking for a thrill, no time to play. Her body moving smooth like a southern breeze. She the talk of the town, got them dropping to the knees. With a smile so sweet, but a mind so bold. She's the type of girl who takes control. She said, to her, spit on that thing. In the bedroom, make it hard say. She's a freak in the sheets, got them begging for more. And last find it's that's for sure. To her, spit on that thing, yeah. She whispers in his ear, got him hypnotized. Got her own rules, ain't playing no lies. She's a firecracker, burning up the night. In the city light, she's the spotlight. She knows what she wants, ain't afraid to take. She's a queen bee, got him buzzing like a queen. With moves so slick, got him under a spell. In the game of love, she plays it well. She said, to her, spit on that thing. In the bedroom, make it hard say. She's a freak in the sheets, got them begging for more. Atlanta's finest, that's for sure. To her, spit on that thing, yeah. Head to midtown, she's the talk of the town. Got them lined up, all want to be around. She's a southern belle with a wild side. In the midnight hour, she's the time. Now the night's winding down, but she's just begun. Got them losing their minds under her sun. She's the epitome of Atlanta's heat. In the city like she's a heartbeat. She's the queen of the city, got them on their knees. With a touch so hot, she's the breeze. In the ATL where the players play, she's the one they remember every day. She said, to her, spit on that thing. In the bedroom, make it hard say. She's a freak in the sheets, got them begging for more. Atlanta's finest, that's for sure. To her, spit on that thing, yeah. Yeah, she's the queen of Atlanta's night. With Hop to her, she's taking flight. Spitting on the thing, making history. In the ATL, she's the mystery. Yeah, yeah. She's a queen of Atlanta night, yeah. From bumpers in his ear, got him hypnotized. Got her own rules, ain't playing no lies. She's a firecracker, burning up the night. In the city light, she's the spotlight. She knows what she wants, ain't afraid to take. She's a queen bee, got him buzzing like a quake. With moves so slick, got him under the spell. In the game of love, she plays it well. She said, to her, spit on that thing. In the bedroom, make it hard say. She's a freak in the sheets, got him begging for more. Atlanta's finest, that's for sure. To her, spit on that thing, yeah. Yeah, she's the queen of Atlanta's night. With Hawk to her, she's taking flight. Spitting on the thing, making history. In the ATL, she's the mystery. Yeah, yeah, she's the queen of Atlanta's night. Yeah, yeah. From out of town, yeah. From out of town, yeah. From out of town, here's the queen of Atlanta's night. Yeah, from out of town, yeah. From out of town, here's the queen of Atlanta's night. With Hop to her, she's taking flight. Spitting on the thing, making history. In the ATL, she's the mystery. Yeah, yeah, she's the queen of Atlanta's night. Yeah, shout Hop to her, spit on that thing. In the bedroom, make it hard say. She's a freak in the sheets, got them begging for more. Atlanta's finest, that's for sure. Hop to her. Yeah.
That was Hawk Tuah. Tammy, thanks for the $5. Gotta do a nightclub stream with something like this. Maybe, maybe. Let's see. Yeah, I did not respond to any of the chats because I didn't want to interrupt the song. Oh, that was freaking awesome. Would you go clubbing when you visit me, Connor? Oh yeah, we should. We should. You really do suit your dad's hats. Glad to see you wearing them. I appreciate it. La 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 la. When Jeff tweeted this, I had no idea about the Hawk Tula girl. Now you know. Did you know that Stevie Ray Vaughan played a David Bowie song called Let's Dance? I did not know that. I did not know. Now I do. Mismatch Menace. Guess I need to start doing songs like this. Maybe. La 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 la. Every now and then, I'm glad I'm getting old and don't have to understand things. Yep, yep. I'm getting back to songwriting. That's good. That's good. Okay. Karen's Blues. All of them are 4 minutes long, so it'll be 12 minutes of Karen Reed blues. I said I was taking that maybe later. Hawk Tuah girl, her 15 minutes of fame came and went. She went silent after Hawk Tuah coin thing crapped out. Very true. But here is the first Karen Blues. It has the tags of blues and Howlin' Wolf style, which I love Howlin' Wolf.
Down in the city, where the shadows grow so tall, there's a woman named Karen, caught up in it all. They say she did wrong, but the truth's hard to find, 'cause the law's got dirty fingers and justice is blind. Oh, justice blue in the pale moonlight, when the one sworn to serve you don't do what's right. Oh, justice blue, it's a cold hard fight in the dark of the night, where corruption takes flight. They twisted the story, turned the facts all around, made her out to be guilty on shaky ground. Evidence vanished and the lies start to flow, but the deeper you dig, the darker it grows. Oh, justice blue in the pale moonlight, when the one sworn to serve you don't do what's right. Oh, justice blue, it's a cold hard fight in the dark of the night, where corruption takes flight. She cries out for fairness, for a glimpse of the truth, but the powers that be, they ain't got no proof. The badges and the ties all woven with deceit. In this twisted tale, it's the innocent they cheat. Oh, the courtroom whispers and the gavel strikes down, but the air's filled with tension 'neath that judge's frown. Karen stands there strong with fire in her eyes, for she knows deep inside
I was muted. That was the first one right there. What about Steppenwolf? Uh, Good band, but there's no Steppenwolf style song he made here. La, 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 la. Howlin' Wolf was good. I like Sun House. I haven't listened to a lot of Sun House. La, 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 la. Where did we go? There we go. Some Muddy Waters. Oh yeah. Ba, ba, ba. I wonder how John Lee Hooker would have sang it. That would be interesting. Yeah. Suno or Refusion. All songs created here is Suno. Even when it's glitches, Suno is great. I have a pro account. Oh, well, aren't you fancy? How do you guys know to do this? I'm pretty sure it won't let you say sound like Howlin' Wolf. Do you tell it? Well, so it has a tag saying Howlin' Wolf style. Equality. Welcome, welcome. Long time no frickin' see. You see, like the other side, just play off that. Nice. Look up Death Letter Blues by Sunhouse. I will after this stream. Okay. Next is Karen's Blues. This time it says acoustic slide blues and Lightning Hopkins style.
Down in the city, where the shadows grow so tall, there's a woman named Karen, caught up in it all. They say she did wrong, but the truth's hard to find. 'Cause the law's got dirty fingers and justice is blind. Whoa, justice blues in the pale moonlight, when the one sworn to serve you don't do what's right. Whoa, justice blues, it's a cold hard fight in the dark of the night, where corruption takes flight. They twisted her story, turned the facts all around, made her out to be guilty on shaky ground. Evidence vanished and the lies start to flow, but the deeper you dig, the darker it grows. Oh, justice blues in the pale moonlight, when the one sworn to serve you don't do what's right. Oh, justice blues, it's a cold hard fight in the dark of the night, where corruption takes flight. She cries out for fairness, for a glimpse of the truth, but the powers that be, they ain't got no proof. The badges and the ties all woven with deceit, in this twisted tale, it's the innocent they cheat. Oh, the courtroom whispers and the gavel strikes down, but the air's filled with tension neath that judge's frown. Karen stands there strong with fire in her eyes, for she knows deep inside the real crime's in disguise. Whoa, justice blues in the pale moonlight, when the one sworn to serve you don't do what's right. Whoa, justice blues, it's a cold hard fight in the dark of the night, where corruption takes flight. One day the truth will rise like the sun in the sky, and the lies will crumble, no more alibis. But until that day comes, she sings a mournful tune of the justice blues neath the pale haunted moon. But the powers that be, they ain't got no proof. The badges and the ties all woven with deceit. In this twisted tale, it's the innocent they cheat. In this twisted tale, it's the innocent they cheat. In this twisted tale, it's the innocent they cheat. A courtroom whispers and the gavel strikes down, but the air's filled.
Cool. That was the second one. Is Suno an AI type of program to write songs? Yep. Yep. Sorry, my work's been crazy busy. Busy text. Oh, I think I already asked you that question. Huh. Okay. Not fancy at all. Just have to keep the rights. I gotcha. Lurking most of the time. No problem with that. Did Jeff write the lyrics or is it all AI? He wrote the lyrics and just plugged it in Suno and made the song. Almost sounds like Robert Cray. Also, another artist that I haven't listened to a lot. ChatGPT does decent with lyrics. Yeah, that's where I got my outro lyrics is ChatGPT. Missed the first part. So those are songs from your dad's files. I see from responses just wrote the lyrics. Very cool that you have access to them now and are sharing. Arbia smile. Also, I hope Karen gets justice this time. Unfortunately, John probably won't get justice because of the shit investigation. Not sure, but the only artist that did write a song about Innocent Man was Bob Dylan, a song about Reuben Carter called The Hurricane after his boxing name. I kind of already doing just find a cool song. Thank you, Harriet. It's not my song, it's the song that Dad wrote. And actually, there's 4 Karen Reed songs. So we're on number 2. Here's number 3. Number 3 is tagged Mississippi Blues, the raspy black male voice, powerful.
Down in the city where the shadows grow so tall, there's a woman named Karen caught up in it all. They say she did wrong, but the truth's hard to find, 'cause the law's got dirty fingers and justice is blind. Oh, justice blues in the pale moonlight, when the one sworn to serve you don't do what's right. Oh, justice blues, it's a cold hard fight in the dark of the night, where corruption takes flight. They twisted her story, turned the facts all around, made her out to be guilty on shaky ground. Evidence vanished and the lies stopped to flow, but the deeper you dig, the darker it grows. Oh, justice blues in the pale moonlight, when the one sworn to serve you don't do what's right. Oh, justice blues, it's a cold hard fight in the dark of the night, where corruption takes flight. And she cries out for fairness, for a glimpse of the truth, but the powers that be, they ain't got no.
Have a good one, Tammy.
The badges and the ties, all woven with deceit. In this twisted tale, it's the innocent they cheat. Oh, the courtroom whispers and the gavel strikes down, but the air's filled with tension beneath that judge's frown. Karen stands there strong with fire in her eyes, for she knows deep inside the real crime's in the skies. Oh, justice blues in the pale moonlight, when the one sworn to serve you don't do what's right. Oh, justice blues, it's a cold hard fight in the dark of the night, where corruption takes flight. One day the truth will rise like the sun in the sky, and the lies will crumble no more out of binds. But until that day comes, she sings a mournful tune of the justice blues neath the pale haunted moon. So it cries out for fairness, for a glimpse of the truth. But the powers that be, they ain't got no proof. The badges and the ties, all woven with deceit. In this twisted tale, it's the innocent they cheat. Oh, the courtroom whispers and the gavel strikes down, but the air's filled with tension neath that judge's frown. The badges and the ties, all woven with deceit. In this twisted tale, it's the innocent they cheat. Oh, the courtroom whispers and the gavel strikes down, but the air's filled with tension neath that judge's frown. Karen stands there strong with fire in her eyes, for she knows deep inside the real crime's in the sky. Oh, the courtroom whispers and the gavel strikes down, but the air's filled with tension neath that judge's frown. Karen stands there strong with fire in her eyes.
That was the third Karen Reeves, Karen's Blues. I think I like that one the best. Yeah. No. Have a good one, Tammy. Canvas listen to Suitcase of Love. There's three of them. Does anyone know what's happening with Sandra Birchmore case? Nope. Wonder how the original Blue Brothers would have covered it. True. It is amazing how some tunes to the words can make the story so much better. I wish the whole chord proceeding was forced to sing like in the show Glee. I don't know. Yeah, there's one more Karen Reed, and I will play this as I burb. So this is just titled Read with the tags a cappella haunting female voice.
Insane, insane, they're all insane. The fireman's blind, the police are lame. A black padded jacket and a framed up dame, cracking out the tail like cops are looking for fame. Clap hands, clap hands, clap hands, clap hands, clap hands. Said hide, hide, don't you open the door. Son of a bitch is never coming back here no more. Bud Light in the bar and a Jeep on the street. We can always find a scapegoat here to take all the heat. Clap hands, clap hands, clap hands. Said hide, hide, don't you open the door. Son of a bitch is never coming back here no more. Bud Light in the bar and a Jeep on the street. We can always find a scapegoat here to take all the heat. Insane, insane, they're all insane. The fireman's blind, the police are lame. A black padded jacket and a framed up dame, cracking out the tail like cops are.
Hi. But yeah, that was a minute and 17 seconds song. And yes, equality, I did say haunting female voice. La, 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 la. I know, I know, I know, I know, I know, I know, I know. I know I was muted. I know. But yeah, that was all the reads. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, all for that was it. The end. The end. And I'll end this poll. So Oblivion stream will happen after I finish Poppy Playtime. There's no more. What do you mean there's more? No. I still watch Roland's video of just being muted for 3 minutes. I watch that every once in a while. Here. I'll give you guys proof that that was the absolute last. Uh, uh, there is no other. Here. Screen. There. Karen's Blues, Howlin' Wolf, Karen's Blues, Lightning Hopkins style, Karen's Blues, black male voice powerful, read acapella haunting female vocal. That's it. That was it. There's no more. 1, 2, 3, 4. No more. Up there is Hawktua. And then, yeah, that's it. I don't know about this clap hands. I don't know. This is all there is. This version 1 and version 1, these two are trucking stream that hit it with Flux. But yeah, that was all for blues. Karen Reed blues. But it must still be on the stream he put it on. Yeah, I mean, if you want to listen to this alleged clap hands song, it should still be on his stream. Yeah. Yeah. Is there a page 2? There's no page 2. Oops. There's a page 2? Where? Where is a page 2? Oh shit. Holy fuck. There is a page 2. uh, okay. Wow. There's clap hands. Wow. We have way more. We have 2 more that's Tyler Reed. We have 2 clap hands. We have Evidence Cup. We have Jingris. Mom's a twin, twisted ties, twisted ties, twisted tie, twisted tie, twisted tie, twisted tie, twisted tie, twisted tied. F Friday, F Friday, F Friday. Wow, I didn't know there was this. Wow. Wow. This is new to me too, because I've only seen page 1. Holy shit. What the fuck? Hey, guess what? We're playing some more Karen Reed songs. uh wow. Well, here's another read that is titled, well, not titled, but tagged acapella haunting female vocal. Yeah, Flux, I freaking found the rest. I'm so holy shit. Ah, I'm actually wow. Anyway, I'll shut up and play the read.
Sing, sing, they're all insane. The fireman's blind, the police are lame. A black padded jacket and a framed up dame, cracking up the tail like cops are looking for fame. Clap hands, clap hands. Said hi, hi, don't you open the door. Son of a bitch is never coming back here no more. But light in the bar and a jeep on the street. We can always find a scapegoat here to take all the heat. Clap hands, clap hands. Said scream, scream, 100 bad dreams. Everybody's butt dialing their bed and jeans. A missing shoe and a cop's misplaced hat, and nobody sure where Mr. Nutcracker at. Said hi, hi, don't you open the door. Son of a bitch is never coming back here no more. But light in the bar and a jeep on the street. We can always find a scapegoat here to take all the heat.
Wow, yeah. I think that's my favorite so far. My favorite has changed. That smile though. Look at that dude's face. He's happier than a pup with two beaters. Oh, heck yeah. Well, there's another one that is titled Read, but this time it's just haunting female vocal. No acapella, just haunting female vocal.
Sing, sing, they're all insane. The fireman's blind, the police are lame. A black padded jacket and a framed up dame, cracking out the tail like cops are looking for fame. Clap hands, clap hands, clap hands. Said hide, hide, don't you open the door. Son of a bitch is never coming back here no more. Good light in the bar and a jeep on the street. We can always find a scapegoat here to take all the heat. Clap hands, clap hands. Scream, scream, 100 bad dreams. Everybody's butt dialing in their bed and jeans. A missing shoe and a cop's misplaced hat, and nobody's sure where Mr. Nutcracker at. Said hi, hi, don't you open the door. Son of a bitch is never coming back here no more. But light in the bar and a jeep on the street. We can always find a scapegoat here to take all the heat. Clap hands, clap hands, clap hands. Scream, scream, 100 bad dreams. Everybody's butt dialing in their bed and jeans. A missing shoe and a cop's misplaced hat, and nobody's sure where Mr. Nutcracker at. Sing, sing, they're all insane.
Once again, my favorite has changed to this one. Well, I guess this is the one everyone was looking for. That was freaking good. Okay, now we have two that are titled Clap Hands. There's a page two. Okay. Clap Hands. Raw Hunting Field Hauler is the tag.
The fireman's blind, the police are lame. A black padded jacket and a framed up dame, cracking out the tail like cops are looking for fame. Clap hands, clap hands, clap hands. Say hide, hide, don't you open the door. Son of a bitch is never coming back here no more. But light in the bar and a Jeep on the street, we can always find a scapegoat here to take all the heat. Clap hands, clap hands, clap hands, clap hands. Say scream, scream 100 bad dreams. Everybody's blood dialing in their bed and jeans. And it's a shoe and a cop's misplaced hat. Nobody's sure where Mr. Nigger Cracker at. Say hi, hi, don't you open the door. Son of a bitch is never coming back here no more. But light in the bar and a Jeep on the street, we can always find a scapegoat here to take all the heat. Clap hands. Same, same, they're all insane.
Wait. Nice. I'm glad I say something. Yeah, I'm glad you did said something, David. I appreciate it. There's so many favorites. Yeah, there is a lot of favorites. It's amazing how applying different styles of music to the same lyric changes the song. Oh, for sure. Jeff would send these to me and be like, "Which one do you like best?" Send me a few version, but typically the ones I like best, he did too. Nice. Second clap hand is a spiritual tag on it.
Say, they're all insane. The fireman's blind, the police are lame. A black padded jacket and a framed up dame, cracking out the tail like cops are looking for fame. Clap hands, clap hands, clap hands. Said hide, hide, don't you open the door. Son of a bitch is never coming back anymore. But light in the bar and a Jeep on the street, we can always find a scapegoat here
Okay, and last but not least, we have Evidence Cup with a tag Country Banjo. I think that is for Connor to treasure and us to enjoy. Oh yeah. So it's I could write the filthiest lyric and put to Southern Gospel asking for a friend. Oh yeah, you can do whatever you desire. Let's see. Evidence Cup with tag Country Banjo.
Now red solo cup is the best receptacle for evidence, melting snow, blood, it's all first class. And you, sir, do not have a pair of testicles if you don't leaf blow down to the grass. A red solo cup is cheap and disposable. Like a body, they are decomposable, and unlike evidence vows, they are not closable. You are framed, kiss my ass, woo! Ooh, red solo cup, I fill you up. Let's get evidence. Let's get evidence. I love you, red solo cup. I lift you up. Proceed to frame her. Proceed to frame her. Proceed to frame her. Now I really love how you're easy to stack, and I really love how you sit in the sack. 'Cause when blood runs, we can get a six-pack. Well, that, my friends, is quite yucky, but I have to admit the lady gets the blame. Admiring how quickly my name is getting known, bidding on you with the tail light when I get to frame you to help me get lucky. Red solo cup, I fill you up. Let's get evidence, let's get evidence. I love you, red solo cup. I lift you up, proceed to frame her, proceed to frame her, proceed to frame her. I really love how you're easy to stack, and I really love how you sit in the sack. 'Cause when blood runs, we can get a six-pack. Now red solo cup is
That was fucking amazing. That one takes it. That is my final saying of my favorite. Oh, love that. Oh, oh my jaw. Oh. Evidence Cup did Jeff right 2 girls for said cup too. Oh god, I hope not. Oh, watching you smile and laugh is like medicine to my soul. Ah, I appreciate the words. I appreciate it. Oh, that is freaking amazing. Oh, wow. Oh, my jaw did not hurt from smiling in such a long time. Oh, I freaking love that. And then David Nelson, thank you for saying that there's a page two. Oh, it was like opening a Pandora's box. That was freaking amazing. But anyway, wow. That was all the Karen Reed intros or Karen Reed related songs. Oh, Reverse Pandora. Oh, wait till you see page three. There is no page three. I can confirm there is no page three. Oh, what about Suitcase of Love? Well, we shall leave that to tomorrow. How about that? I'm sure he would have eventually shared all this with you. Bittersweet for sure, but you have them now. Yeah. Because guess what? I'm coming back tomorrow around the same time for another episode of Maritime Monday. And Let's see what video is next. The next Maritime Monday video is do 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 Maritime Accidents number 6, Crew Injuries is what it's titled. So that'll be fun. Oh, ladies and gentlemen. Time to say goodbye. It is that time of the day where I say goodbye. So I'm trying to talk and redirect at the same time, which is not going so well. No, stop. La la la. Bloop. Okay. I am going to send you to one of our beautiful mods, Digger 420. She's reading Steve Gosney's book, Prepare. So I'll send you there. La 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 la. Looking forward for more Maritime Monday. Thank you. No problem. Thank you, Anne, for coming here. And yeah, sweet. Everything's set up. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for stopping by this morning or this evening, this afternoon, wherever you are. I appreciate you. And you know what? Let's do a little dad today. Thank you, Moz, for all of your hard work. And thank you for the super chats. I appreciate you. Thank you, everyone, for stopping by. This would have never happened without all of you guys. So, until next time, I hope everyone has a beautiful evening, afternoon, night, wherever you are. On your way out, please hit the like and subscribe if you like to watch more of these contents. And double check if you're still subscribed if you haven't, because YouTube can be asshole and unsubscribe without letting you know. And hit that bell notification so you can get all the notifications whenever I upload a video or go live. Oh, with all that said and done, stay lovely, stay beautiful. I love each and every single one of you. Until next time, bye bye.
Well, that's all for this stream, but it's been so sweet. Thanks for hanging with us. It's been a treat. We'll keep it warm, keep it real, take it slow. Catch you next time when the vibes are ready to flow. If you enjoyed the ride, give us a like, subscribe for the warmth. Come back whenever you like. Until then, take it easy. Don't rush, don't hurry. I'll be here waiting. No need to worry. Vice, baby, always by your side. Stay cozy, stay calm, let the good times ride. Peace for now, but we'll meet again. Take care, my friend. Until then.